When the moon is high and the world's at rest, we gather together feeling truly blessed. Webcam games late at night, special guests logging in ready for the fight. Strategies clash and friendships boom. In this digital realm there's always room. Webcam battles with our friends inside. In the realm of cards we shine so bright. Late night gaming where our passions burn. In the still of the night it's our turn. Learning from each other inside so fast. Every game we play feels like a master class. Cards on the table, strategies unfold. Tales of victory and legends retold. Open arms and welcoming smiles. Late night gamers going the extra mile. With every game we sharpen our skill. In the quiet hours chasing the thrill. Top tier advice, wisdom in store, guiding our hands as we strive for more. Late night gaming where our passions burn. In the still of the night it's our turn. Learning from each other inside so fast. Every game we play feels like a master class. Laughter echoes, strategies at play. We find our rhythm in the night we stay. With every match our bonds grow fast. In this late night world each game's a master class. Late night gaming where our passions burn. In the still of the night it's our turn. Learning from each other inside so fast. Every game we play feels like a master class. As dawn approaches we share our last game. In the light of the morning our friendships remain. Late night gaming memories made. In the world of cards our bonds won't fade.
The NFL season is
Hours chasing the thrill. Top tier advice, wisdom in store, guiding our hands as we strive for more. Late night gaming, our passions burn. In the still of the night it's our turn.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream here. This is the Chicago Planetary Qualifier. They're doing the player announcement right now. I'm on Discord so I can hear what's going on. They're pretty close to actually getting started here. We've got, it looks like 104 players, 106. I thought they sold out, maybe not. The Melee page is 106 players enrolled right now. Although I heard that they were sold out and that they had people on the wait list trying to get in. So maybe some people just aren't on the Melee yet, but I don't have access to, any kind of meta breakdown yet, but they're working on getting me there. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm actually expecting to see a decent amount of Kira. Because I think Boba's going to be popular, or at least that's perception. And Kira feels really good into Boba. So I think people are going to bring her to counter the Bobas. We may see some Sabines to counter those Kiras. We may also see some harder control decks to counter the Kiras, which might also line up pretty well into Boba. So I'm sort of expecting to see more control decks today. But one thing that I've noticed about this community is that we don't really like to play control decks, and I'm not sure why. Even when they're a good call for a weekend, a lot of people will shy away from playing that style deck, and partially that's because structurally they're disadvantaged by the double loss system. But I think if you brought Kira, today could be your weekend, especially if you brought hard control. I do think we are also going to see a lot of Boba. But I don't know if it's going to do as well as it did last weekend because people are going to be ready for it. Even if they're not counter picking it by bringing control, they still have played against the lines. They know what to do against it. Sabine's had some trouble with it, but the Sabine players have had a week to prep with the Boba meta, and they've got if there is a way to beat Boba with Sabine, they've probably found it. So I'm excited to see what ends up actually happening. Right now it's just me online for commentary, but we should be having guest commentators at some point. I know Platform was interested. We might have D-House from Unplayable. We might have people from the Bucketheads. We might have Tyler from FFG. No promises. But he is scheduled to appear on the late night stream later today, so yeah. If you're watching this right now, either on the TTI channel or the Late Night Gaming channel, hello. This is being streamed to both places, if you didn't know. So I'm trying to keep up with both chats. And it looks like Loopy is talking to everyone about stream etiquette right now. So they finished the judges' announcements. So we should be getting started pretty soon, I think. I love the magic of modern technology that allows me to commentate from home at this event all across the country. But yeah, it's great to have this collaboration with Loopy and Late Night Gaming, who's able to actually go to these events and set up cameras. If you love this kind of coverage, next week I will be in Seattle streaming their event. I don't know if Loopy's gonna be collaborating on that one because I think he's collaborating on a different event that weekend. But there will be a stream for Seattle, and I will be there on site doing commentary. I wasn't able to get a ticket, but I still decided to go just to stream it. And in the week after, I'll be going to Portland, and I should be streaming that as well. And there might be some bigger plans for that one. If all goes according to plan. So everyone in chat, what do you think is going to win today? You know, I said we'd see a lot of Kira, but I don't know if she's going to win. I think she has a good chance. I think, you know, I'll make my prediction and say that Kira wins one today. I'll stake my reputation on that. I should have gotten an email that makes me an admin on the Limitless page. Okay, I don't have that yet. We'll see. Keep you updated. All right. Boba Red. All right. I'm thinking a large amount of Boba. Yeah, I think there's going to be a large amount of Boba, but I think people are going to be ready for it. Boba Red is a hot take. We got to watch that one. There is something to that deck. I've played with it a couple times. It looks like, do we have a round? Okay, it looks like Sabine green versus Boba yellow. Okay. Wow, and that's all right. All right. So this is round one. I don't know who the players are. Loopy and Corey is a game we were doing last night. I don't know these players' names. This is round one, yes. Hondo makes top cut is my hot take. We'll see. All right, so we've got Sabine versus Boba. Round one. Pay no attention to the names because I don't actually know if they're accurate. In fact, I don't think they are. I think, is that Loopy saying Loopy's wife? Dan, I think is her name. All right, sorry, I'm just trying to figure everything out, and it looks like they're not quite ready to get started yet. They're just waiting there. I'm trying to figure out who these players are still. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh, yeah. They actually started. Okay. So it is... Mr. X is the name for now. So we got Sabine plays an A-Wing, and then Mr. X plays the Crafty Smuggler, and then a Greedo round 2. Oh, I got the real name. Nicholas Clark. Okay. Wait. Nicholas. All right. All right. Nicholas is this guy's name. And Diana, I was right about. Okay. All right. There we go. Everything's figured out. Now I can focus all on commentary. So A-Wing got taken out by a McClunky, it looks like, and then the Boba got played back, and then Cassian out of hand from Diana. And we're going into 4 resources here. I'm just going to start the timer now. Let's see. What's the official... Do they have the timer on Limitless? Or on one of these? I'm sorry. Keep getting lost. All right. So, looks like Diana played for a cause. Is that what happened? I couldn't quite see what was put on top. All right. Crafty Smuggler goes to base here. Diana has managed to get a lot of damage on board here. And Nicholas is playing the yellow version, so he doesn't have access to ramp. And Diana's going to go to base here, and then Medal Ceremony. That's big. So Nicholas is half dead, and he's facing down 2 big units on Diana's side. And we're going now into 5 resources, which is where things can start getting rough. Sabine can start playing big things like pose. On Nicholas's side, 5 resources, also the turn that Boba deploys. Ooh, Swoop Racer. That's interesting. Okay. And Fleet Lieutenant from Diana. Going into the base, that's 21 on Nicholas's base. And Viper Probe Droid shows Wrecker and Sabine. Cassian's going to go for 4 to base, and then ECL Wrecker is going to be it next round. And Diana, I think, is going to take a quick game 1 here. All right, and we're going into the new round. ECL Wrecker into Greedo is 6 overwhelm damage, so that'll be it. I just realized oh, what's she doing? Adelphi? I mean, yeah, that's game also. I don't have a way to track who won game 1. Let's just set that up right now. Let's get the right font. Boom. And then if we move that one all the way up here. And they're going into sideboarding. 0. All right. There we go. Sorry. We're getting all these hiccups out of the way early. I think those are big numbers. Scale them down a little bit. And let's just do that. All right. And it looks like they didn't do much sideboarding. That's one of the quickest sideboards I think I've ever seen happen. And we're going right into game 2. Look at the list that the TO sent me. I don't actually see a sideboard for Nicholas. And I don't have Diana's list. Okay. Well. Is Loopy playing in this? Loopy is playing in this. I believe he's on Sabine as well. All right. Greedo and Marine. No McClunky for Nicholas. But, I mean, the Greedo trades with the Marine fine. And what do we got? Bodhi. Okay. Bodhi's going to hit Metal Ceremony here. I mean, that's, could be worse. I probably would have attacked first, though. There's so many punishes to leaving that Marine open. Even just, like, it going to base is kind of a punish in and of itself. But, I mean, like, Red 3, Wing Leader... Or I guess Red 3 is not a punish, but Wing Leader is... Fleet Lieutenant is... And Diana goes for the Red 3... And did Nicholas just claim? And not attack the Marine at all? I don't know what's going on. Maybe he has a McClunky in his hand that he's holding and wants to use it to snipe the Red 3. That's my only thought. Maybe he's got like Cunning and he's gonna exhaust both of them and go for a buff play. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Yep, there's McClunky. So that's going to take out the Red 3. Boba readies a resource. He does actually have to bounce the Greedo. You don't just get to... Yeah, I don't think... Bodhi's not Underworld, is he? Yeah. Okay. Fleet Lieutenant from Diana. Taking Nicholas to 10. Three for Boba. Sabine pings before the flip. Okay. Going into 5 resources here. I can't see Diana's hand, so I don't know if she has a Poe. Nicholas is... I mean, he's taking a lot of damage, but he does also have a lot of units out. And we're starting with Cunning. That's a pretty good one. What's the play going to be? Looks like exhaust Sabine and Marine, and then discard a card. All right. And Wrecker, that's a pretty good hit. And, oh, but she has another one in hand and a Poe. That is rough. I think discard there makes sense, but Diana just had the perfect hand to punish it. All right, Boba gets flipped here. And Poe comes down, presumably with the ECL. Oh, maybe even not with ECL. Nope, it is with the ECL. All right, so it looks like... hard to tell what's going on here. She discarded the Wrecker. And it looks like he was pointing at Greedo, but also pointing at Boba. So maybe she's going deal 2 to the Greedo, attack the Boba. Maybe she's just going to defeat the Boba fully. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, that's what's going to happen. So, I mean, this was kind of a risky play here. Diana discarded her last card, I think. I don't think she has anything left. And the Poe is vulnerable to dying here. So Greedo goes in the Fleet Lieutenant. Greedo dies. Into the Marine, sorry. And misses the hit. If that had hit, that would have been big. We're going to see Boba, the unit, probably take out Sabine. All right, yep, that's what happens. Bo was able to deal the damage first. And then Bodhi has to take out Poe. Oh, Bodhi takes out Fleet? Does he have an... I mean, he might have a McClunky. There's... Oh, no. So the Poe's just alive. I think that's a horrible mistake on Nicholas's part. That might end up costing him the game. Poe's going to hit for 8 to the base, up to at least 6, possibly 8. You can't let that happen. And it looks like 8 to the base, yeah. Although Diana is still struggling here. No cards left in hand. 6 resources. Maybe she has a Cassian under those resources. That would be big if she did. Nicholas is going to go 6 resources for Fire Spray. And Diana's looking at her resources. That's him. He says Cassian. Yep. Fire Spray goes to base, but I mean, Nicholas has done almost no damage. That's 3 from Cassian. And that's 2 Sabine pings from Lethal here. All right. But Diana doesn't even do that. She just takes initiative. And that's going to be an attack for Lethal. Wow, big mistake by Nicholas, killing the Fleet Lieutenant instead of the Poe. All right, good game. Congratulations, Diana, for taking this down in 2. That was a quick one. All right. I don't know if we're going to get a second game this round. Sometimes they've done that in the past where they go get another table for us, but even if we don't, I think we're fine. I'm going to try and figure out some back-end tournament stuff, and I'm just going to play some music for you guys while we wait for round 2. Thank you all for tuning in so much. We'll be back with round 2 at some point. I know we got this one done pretty quickly, but look at this. This timer is not accurate. We started the timer late, so it's going to be sooner than the timer suggests, but it will be a while. Hopefully I'll be back to do some commentary, but I'm going to go away for at least a little bit.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So give me all the scars, I'm a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me and the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out.
But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want.
I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts.
But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want.
Hello everyone. I'm back. I'm seeing movement. It looks like the timer got paused at some point. I was doing homework between rounds and I must have accidentally hit the hotkey to pause the timer. Sorry about that. So I don't know exactly where the timer is, but I'm seeing movement and it's been a while. So we must be getting close to round 2. I don't think they have a timer on Melee, so I can't quite see that. I'll reset the timer, I guess, at least. You know. But we don't have round 2 pairings yet. I think I'm looking at the results, and it looks like most of them are in. Ooh, Loopy won. Loopy won his match. 2-0. Who else do we know in this tournament? Oh, Randomando won. He's here. Rebel Resources here. He won. Three X a lot same time. Yeah, there's lots of streams going on. So I know there's this one, and we're streaming this in 2 places. I think the Netherlands one is still going on. There's one in New York. I think there's one in Minnesota as well. Yeah, I think there are going to be a couple streams for the Minnesota one as well. But there's lots of other ones going on. There's one in Sheffield in the UK. There's one in Vienna, one in Barcelona, one in Copenhagen, and one in Vegas that aren't being streamed, and one in tomorrow. Oh, the Minnesota one is tomorrow. Sorry, not today, but also tomorrow. There's Lyon in Torino, Italy. It's a great time to be an unlimited player. Maybe I said that we were getting started with round 2 preemptively. But the round should at least be in time by now. If I was watching this while, oh yeah, you're gonna. All right, good luck, Chocolate Chip, in Minnesota tomorrow. The round 1 we saw Sabine beat Boba Yellow pretty convincingly. Some people were saying the Boba Yellow might have been a newer player, which makes sense to me. He made some mistakes, and everyone does, and that's okay. Those mistakes did end up costing him the match, but that's how it goes sometimes. And Diana, our Sabine player, played very, very well and was able to take it down in 2. How many games are still going? Nothing there. 1, 2. Oh, they're starting to report draws on Melee, which means time must be in effect. So I think there's just 2 games, 3 games maybe. 1, 2. 2 games left that have not been reported. So do we have results from anything else? I don't think so. Two games not reported. Polyfly, are you there? Polyfly in the tournament? Let's see, how many players do we end up having? It looks like we have 106 players. I thought they had sold out at 128, but maybe there were a lot of... Oh, you're not there. You're just watching. All right, awesome. I thought they had sold out at 128, but evidently there were a lot of drops. So we're at 106 players, which is a lot. And if you guys haven't seen, the prize structure for this event is amazing. There's so much out there. I think it's like 5,000 or 6,000 worth of prizes here. Plus the buy on day one of Worlds. Casey was allowed to be on 117 shop. Yeah, I mean, that's how these events go. It looks like. Oop, I'm seeing shadows moving. Oh, they're moving away now. Let's see if I can hear what's going on. I'm in a Discord channel now. I'm just hearing a bunch of hubbub. All right. Chat, what do you think is going to be here next round? Oh. Here we are. We got Han Green ECL versus Kira. What's the base? Green with a 30. Awesome. Okay. I'm excited to see Kira here. So let me get everything set up. All right, here we go. This is game one, round two. I'm getting everything set. Round two. And the players are Tyler on Han, Timothy on Kira. Is this Randomando? I think this might be Randomando on Kira. Round starts at 11:10. So we had Timothy versus Tyler here. Timothy versus Tyler here. Round 2, game 1. Tyler's on this Han green deck, which I'm going to go ahead and start the timer also. Which is fun, but I think it's going to have a pretty bad matchup into Timothy's list here. It's, you know, it's possible that it's always possible that Tyler can get a big surge going and take on this Kira deck, but I think the Kira deck I think is going to have a lot of answers to what Han can put out. This Han deck hasn't been, I think, the most popular version of Han. I think more people have been on the blue, but lately, like, the green has been popular, so people have been going back to it. And Kira, I don't know what Timothy's list looks like, but you know, there's a lot of different ways to build Kira. He's here with the 30-point base, which to me says he's probably relying on Lieutenant Childson and Dr. Pershing, yeah, and then we see Dr. Pershing here. And A-Wing as the answer here. And Han is going to cheat out an R2 as well. I saw in Timothy's hand a Super Laser Technician, I think, which is going to be a pretty good play into this R2. On Tyler's side, he's got Desperado Freighter, Poe. I think he just resource an Honorable Sacrifice or Heroic Sacrifice and something else. And Timothy's starting out just by using Pershing here. Three to base from the A-Wing. And there's the Super Laser. Tyler goes 1 to base. And Han is going to cheat out, looks like modded cohort. All right. Modded cohort is an interesting include here. I mean, it works well here. He's able to clear that Pershing with it. That's good. But now Timothy's up to 5 resources. That could be a Kira flip. Tyler is managing to push some damage to the base here with Fleet Lieutenant and that A-Wing. But I think I see a barrage in Timothy's hand, which is going to make short work of this board. And there's the Kira flipping right up. So barrage can do 6 here, which is yeah, that's enough to clear this whole board. This is one of the disadvantages of Han as compared to like a Sabine. Sabine would be able to flip here and start to put more pressure on the board, whereas this Han is basically just folding. He's now taking a big hit to his base and lost his entire board presence going to his leader flip turn. Timothy's at 6 resources now, 1 off of being able to play Vader. Things are looking really good for Timothy. And we are going to see ECL burned early here. Poe's going to take 4 back. And it looks like not going to use the Poe ability to discard. We'll see if Tim has an answer right away, and it is going to be Vigilance. That's a big one, and he's also going to heal. Perfect. Everything in this game right now is going Timothy's way. This Han green deck, I don't think has any kind of way to deal with Avenger consistently. I actually did get sent their list so I can check to see what he's playing. In the main board, yeah, he really doesn't have anything. He's got some space units that may be able to hit into it, but no events that can deal with it. In the sideboard, he's got, I mean, Home 1, but Home 1 doesn't even deal with it. All right. Looks like we're going into a new round. Did Timothy decide not to resource? It looks like he did. Okay. Wow, all right. I don't know if I agree with that play, but I mean, this is a big Childson. Maybe he felt like, there's a green card in his hand that's really good that he wants to keep, and he'd have to resource a blue card, which would mean Childson wouldn't trade with Han. So I can, there's an understandable reason why you might not want to resource there. All right, Wrecker coming down with no ambush. Catch a glimpse of Mando helmet. We'll see. I haven't caught one yet. I hope he's wearing it. So Han there is gonna end up clearing the Childson. Now I'm already forgetting what we saw out of Timothy's hand. I think it was takedown, make an opening. It was this pike, and it was something else. I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure I saw Vader in his hand at one point. So Timothy now is going up to 7 here. And Kira is going to shield the pike. We're just going to block the overall damage from that Wrecker. And just block, save the pike's life in general. And Desperado Freighter. I actually need to check the stats of that one. That is a 5/6. All right, and an A-Wing coming out to boot with the Han ability. I think was it a Vigilance that Tim had? He's gonna he's just gonna play the make an opening here. Deals with the A-Wing. Wrecker takes 2 back from that pike. And we're going into a new round. And Timothy is going up to 8. I'm pretty sure he showed us a takedown earlier, which can deal with this Wrecker. We're going to see 7, though, for Vader. All right. Vader doesn't feel great into Wrecker because he has to die. But he does clear it here. He's going to get Super Laser Technician. Not ideal. All right, yeah, and the Vader is going to trade into that Wrecker. And Desperado going to the base. And Kira is going to cycle that super laser. It should be ready for what it's worth, but I don't think Timothy is going to play anything for one. And it looks like something coming out of Smuggle, probably... Oh, Tech. I was going to say Cassian, but Tech also. Very interesting. I don't think most of these Han decks are on Tech. The blue ones are for sure, but not the green ones. And Desperado also is not something that I've seen in a lot of them. But all right, Timothy's up to 10 resources now. If he has like a Devastator in hand, that would be massive. It's only one of in his deck, but it is in there. Not every Gear deck's on it. I think most of them are on a one of in the main at least. Avenger would be okay here, but not amazing. We're going to see, it looks like 5 for something. Barrage? Oh, no. That's all 10. And that is the Devastator. All right. And the target is Tech here. And that might be the ball game. All right, modded cohort. I mean, Timothy still has, or Tyler, sorry, still has some pressure on the ground here with this Marine and now the modded cohort. And another Marine, all right. But this Desperado is stuck in space here. If Timothy gets a barrage here, he can clear this ground arena and might as well call it there. Lieutenant Childson would also be big. All right, Timothy has initiative, and he's going right away for barrage. All right, that's 12 damage. That's going to be 3, 6, 7, 8, and then I guess you do 4 to the Desperado. All right, Tech coming out of the resource row. And Rivals Fall, just kill the Tech. All right. It works. Main deck Rivals Fall out of Timothy. That's not something you see every day. All right, Poe cheated out here from Tyler with that Han. Devastator goes into base. Tyler's at 5 health left. I don't think there's a way. And Timothy gets game 1. Play big ships, win games. So Timothy's deck is very interesting. He's got not just one Rivals Fall, but 2 Rivals Fall in the main deck, and a Palpatine's Return in the main deck. He is very much geared towards, and 2 Super Laser Blasts. He's very geared towards control, it seems like. Yeah, he's got 2 Reinforcement Walker, 1 Snoke. Very interesting. For 2 drops, there's been a lot of conversation around like the early drops in this deck. He's on 2 Pike Sentinel, 2 Inferno 4, 3 Hylabon, 3 Pershing, which is interesting. But as for the sideboard, he's got top target. I think that's going to come in for this matchup. System Patrol Craft, I think that's going to come in here. 2 Fell the Dragon. That might come in to deal with Wreckers and Pose. He's got the 3rd Vigilance. He's got 2 in the man. 2nd Snoke and the 2nd Return. Snoke, I think, is really good in this matchup if he can get it off. So I imagine that'll come in. I imagine like most of Timothy's side deck is going to come in, actually, looking at it. On Tyler's side, he's got 2 Wolf. I don't know if Wolf is right for this matchup. Kira doesn't have a ton of healing. Like the only thing, I mean, you have Vigilance, but that's it. Like I used to bring it against like Iden and Krennic, but the Kira decks don't heal as much. Bright Hope, I don't think is going to come in. Gorilla Attack Pod, that could come in as a way to cheat some damage in. And then Ewing Reinforcement and Home One, those are definitely coming in for these longer games. Tyler does have 1 Ewing Reinforcement in the main, 2 in the board. I imagine those are going to come in. Ewing is one of those things that can come down in the late game, and you know, if you did enough early in the game, can get you one. It looks like Tyler's shuffling up. While Tim's still figuring out a sideboard. Let's see, do we have any results from any of the other rounds yet? I doubt it, but just wanted to check. Doesn't look like it. All right. Sorry, people in the late night chat. I've been paying attention to the TTI chat. What have you guys been saying? A lot of newer players join for the promos and play first round. If they lose and drop, it happens in Magic years. Yeah. Oh, interesting. You guys are looking for the melee link. I think that's public. Yeah. So, let me see if I can find a way to get it into the description of the stream. I edit the event. Well, they're getting started with game 2, so I'll figure out how to do that between games. All right, going into game 2. Tyler's got the initiative, and it's going to be Battlefield Marine. And Timothy opens with Pershing, and we're going on. Marine goes to the base here. Timothy, I think I see. Oh, he's going to go Power of the Dark Side. Interesting. I saw Super Laser Technician in his hand. I would be going for Super Laser every time there, personally. Tyler ends up going with Sundari Peacekeepers, and Timothy gets a draw from the Pershing. And onward we go. All right, 4 resources. Sundari's going to get a base here. And Pershing, gonna draw another card. And we got a Desperado coming out off of Han. That's gonna be a 5/4 in space. Turn it around real quick. I see Super Laser Tech. It's hard to tell everything else. And we are just going to see the Super Laser Tech here. Kira can cycle it. Yep. Should be, yeah, 1-up. Technically, it should be the Super Laser that's ready, not the other one. But I don't think that's going to matter. And Kira's just going to flip here. Puts one more on the Desperado. And that's going to be able to clear the Peacekeepers. I like that play. Peacekeepers was in a position to kill the Pershing next round. All right, but we're at 5 resources now for Tyler, which means he can flip his Han. He's also got a Poe in hand to use with ECL potentially. I don't know what's going on. Tyler seems to be thinking. All right, he's going to do the Han ability. Is that for Wrecker? Yeah, for Wrecker. Blowing up the Kira. Interesting. Gets rid of a barrage target. And I guess it conserves the ECL as well. But he has to de-ramp himself. So now he can't flip his Han, right? I'm not mistaken. All right. System Patrol Craft here. And that trades with the Desperado. Yeah, and we're just going on. Tyler had the Poe, and the Poe would have gotten the job done there. It would have been less likely to survive, but it would have cleared the Kira and eaten something else. And Timothy opens with the power here. Clear that Wrecker. 5 for Poe. Looks like with no ECL, so it's just there. And Pershing going to go and use his ability to draw a card. And the Han actually flips this time. Top target on Poe. 3 to base with that Han. And Tim takes initiative. He's at 8 resources. I mean, this would be a solid Super Laser Blast if he has that. 6 for Rival's Fall. That's also a good Rival's Fall. Clears the Poe. Heals 6. And next round is the Avenger round. And Timothy's only taken 3 damage to his base. Soon to be 6 with that Han hit. But he's fully in control of this game. I think we're going to be looking at another 2-0 here. Pershing drawing a 4th card here. We're now going to see ECL for K2. All right, that's going to be 3 Overwhelm. It's not bad. All right. 9 resources for Timothy. Does he have it? He's spending 4 for takedown. Clear the K2. And K2 is going to go for damage. And Tyler's sort of starting to run up the score a bit here. That should be 15 now. Yep. Looks like Timothy is keeping track on a piece of paper also. And we got Chilton. All right. Power, Death Trooper, Vigilance, Inferno 4. No Avenger, but I mean 6/6 Chilton. That's massive. Any way you slice it. K2 coming out. Cheated with the Han. And Kira is going to shield this Childson. Ooh, Desperado coming out with the Han here. This is not out of Tyler's reach yet. This Childson is going to do a pretty good job of jamming up the ground arena. But that Desperado in space is going to be a menace. Though Timothy's at 10, and if he has a Devastator, that might just win him the game again. And he does have the Devastator. And the target is K2. 3 more to the base. $18 on the way from Tyler, but 2 Sentinels, 1 on either side. That's going to be hard to get through. I think I see a home 1 in Tyler's hand. That could, I don't know if it's going to be a game changer, but it could be big. That plus the Desperado would clear this Devastator. We're going to see Han for Marauder. Okay. And so Marauder is going to get to resource Desperado. That does 4. I mean, Desperado does 5. He's got to have some other way to deal damage to the Devastator. And he plays a Bright Hope. Desperado goes into the Devastator. Devastator's got 1 health left. So, I mean, it would die in combat with the Bright Hope. But I'm pretty sure we saw that Timothy had a power here, so he could just answer the Bright Hope. And he is going to do that. And it looks like we've got 8 resources for home 1. And that leaves 1 up to bring back this Bright Hope. And we got, is that going to be 6 for, oh, it's 5 for Barrage. That's 12. So he's going to go 7 to home 1. 5 to the Bright Hope. And make an opening to finish off the Bright Hope. And Timothy's just crushing all hope. That's going to be 18 to the base in one action. And Timothy's now in a place where he can win the game next round unless Tyler can stop it. And I don't think Tyler can. And that's going to be it. 2-0 for Timothy here. Rando Mando. Showing that he can get it done. This overhead angle doesn't show me whether or not he's wearing the helmet. And I want to know. All right. Let's take a look at the melee, see how the other games are going. I'll post the melee link in chat for now. Oh, it might get deleted in the late night chat because they don't like people posting links that aren't the host. The Haunt ability, the home one brought back the Marauder. Oh yeah, you're right. That would have done it. Looks like we're not getting reports for most of these matches just yet. Okay, match 1. Okay. All right. Well, my prediction that Kira's going to win this thing seems to be not that bad based on that last round. That was pretty dominant. Kira absolutely showing who's boss here. Tyler played well. He had a chance to win, I think, or at least, you know, he put up a good fight. But at the end of the day, I think the matchup is just so lopsided. Kira is just so powerful here. In Rando getting the Devastator both times, hard to come back from that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a replay of a match from tournament here in the Eugene area while we wait for All right, good luck. Have fun. I think I'll keep this.
Get ready for this. Get ready. What charge are?
Try more again.
What charge are? What charge? It's mega charge. What? What is a charge? Mega charge. I will honestly burn your car. Die? Guess what? It is the most powerful card that's not powerful with it. Beep. Beep. Beep.
Ready?
Yep.
All right. Pressure.
It's the two most powerful Pokemon. You have no teeth.
Okay. I will take initiative. All right.
Hey, guess what?
And then I'll pass.
Easy. Easy.
small.
Ready? Yes. Here, they'll make you do it.
You would prefer, it's from your hand, right? Yeah, it's whatever you want from your hand. Yeah, what's that? It's a plus one. Oh. So basically it'll be a 5. Plus 3.
I'll take a shift.
Hit you for 3.
Yep.
I don't think it really matters now, because, I mean, no, you still discard one, so we'll send it.
Do it?
Yeah,
Oh?
worth it. Can't pass it up ever again.
Yeah, I'll take it. I think I already took a shift.
Okay, reduce by 2. Yeah.
Well, I actually have 2 switch points. It's called Arco. It's called Arco. I've already used
I will.
I'll hit your base for 3.
Yeah. No.
Went through the card thing. And what we do is, and the ability is called
Can I attach your equipment to you?
I know.
Yeah.
I'm going to flip Kira.
So 5. So it's 1, and then it's a 2.
Well, you just lose the shield for L3,
Alright.
and then 2 on chopper.
Yeah, I'll see you around. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do this. I'm going to ECL Super Laser to take out L3. It's ready.
All flame.
I'll play Inferno 4. I'm going to put this on top.
I still have 6, right?
And pass.
Out the film.
I'm sure she'll come.
I'm gonna track that up again. That'll be hail. Or
That works. Something like that. Once you know it.
Ah, my toy. Thank you. It's not my toy. Oh, your toy.
Hit the shield, and then use his ability to make him
Let's see which side this land's gone.
3 for wing leader.
He takes the reduced damage from the arm.
Easy side.
He's a rebel.
Ambush is what?
Yep.
Like basically sneak attack or?
So he's got 5 left, 5 health.
Playing ready?
That's alright. So
3 plus 4, 7.
7, yeah.
5, yeah.
Oh, so it's
Just
like
enough.
Kind of like, yeah. Okay, but it has to attack it.
So I take 5 back.
Okay.
6, 7, 8. Yep. I'm gonna get a super laser. You wanna cut these? Spend 2. So that's what, if you control a leader, you can exhaust something?
Yep.
Okay. I'll take out the wing leader.
And I'll claim.
I'm gonna Pershing to hit the super laser card. And I will pass.
Does this trigger next? No, I mean, 8. Sure.
Where do you put it? I didn't touch it.
And then in order to activate, I have to kill someone again, right? Yeah.
That's what I have to do.
I will take the shot. I will pass.
Why? Okay.
All Avenger.
Which one do you want to take out?
You choose.
Alright.
So when I double blue pick,
Got a claim.
does that require? Does that make both require? Yeah.
I'll do 2 to your base.
This is bike talk.
And do I activate this now or
All
next?
Pershing.
So it's its own action.
Himself.
Yeah, so if you like say after I do something, if you wanted to
Then I got this.
I brought it my card. This is the sport. Okay, I brought it.
I'll pass.
I can have both then. After that, I got a piece of coupon.
top 10 and then play something 3 or less. Black.
I'll hit your base for 8. Force you to kill the Mando.
I'll mill 6 on you and then heal 5. That's like you.
I'll hit your base for 3 and heal 3.
So let me tell you why you need a base.
I'll hit Ray for 5.
Exactly. But that's why you won't have a playable card. Because there's no post ride to evolve using your evolution card.
Attack your base.
I'm gonna make it up anyway. Get 2.
Vader does what something
And I
like
will
just
Juku to defeat that. Shield.
And so are your cards back.
I will claim.
I'll hit you for 2. And pass. No, I'll grab a Pershing, it's fine.
This lets when it's played, like you look at your hand, like discard a card.
Alright, I'll spend all 7, -3, -3.
I will Avenger.
Claim.
Hit for 7 total.
7. That's 3. 7.
16.
Okay, yeah.
I'll pass. And I'll resource.
I'll be ready after
12.
But you can do your move. I won't be able to play this, but
That's fair.
there is a problem. Because if you
I'll hit you for 8. Kill the hard 2.
That's 2.
yeah, you don't have any markers.
Nice.
8. And scoop. Alright, 2.
Alright, good luck.
No.
That's one of Marshall's family all the identity cards. Marshall, I told Mary cards. I told Mary cards, Marshall. Can you sample Mary cards, Marshall? Let's go. I'll put the cards here. So, I just going to do this, and then just put it together like this. I told Mary cards.
Yeah.
That's sample.
Ready?
Since it came out doing COVID, came out doing when was that? Yeah, doing COVID. So set one came out doing COVID. Well, it's been in Japan for way longer. Like Japan had it for years. But I only started playing it when it came to the US.
Put both of these on the bottom.
Yeah, I'd like to borrow it.
It's her action.
I'll take a shoot.
And
Good luck, man.
Resupply.
Oh.
It goes right there. That's not where it goes. It goes here.
I will.
Little lock.
I'll hit base for 2.
Yep. I'll hit your base for 2.
One,
Oh.
two, like this.
So.
Five, six. Oh,
Take a shift.
And pass.
That's fine. Choose ignition. Here you go.
guess what? I got pretty much all energies. Just one, grow with imagination. I got all energies.
I'll take out the window.
I shuffle the deck like this. Yeah.
Good top down.
2 for spark.
Cards get those.
Those 2 fell.
I'm using my EV coin. Wait, no. I have a better coin. I'll go put my EV coin back. I'll go and get that coin after.
I'll get lit up.
Marshall,
see.
I'm getting my coin. Here it is. My favorite coin. There it is.
One.
My tick coin. My tick coin. That's my favorite coin. So. Ready?
Sure. I'll flip.
Ah! Don't stop how it's
Right?
Did you say claim?
No, I said right. Just making
Yeah.
sure. All right. And then I'll use per action.
I'll take him out.
Oh, it's only damage.
And then I'll play.
And I'll pass.
Technically kill me, then got it. It just says, yeah, defeat a unit.
Okay, I have one basic Pokemon.
It's not right.
Yeah, I only have one basic Pokemon. And only that. I got it. Oh, but go easy.
Feel right? Yeah.
Ha! Oh, that's cute. That's cute. The rest of my cards
It only bumps his attack, right?
I'll hit your base for 6.
except
Five wrong.
I'll pass.
Bring out.
I can't even do anything.
I'm just gonna hit you for 2.
I can't even do anything. I don't even have enough. If I have it or not.
I'll claim.
Okay. I'll bring out Bomb Pike. Pass that.
I got it.
And pass.
No, I don't. No. So, first, I also picked head. Yeah, I picked him. Please get tails.
5-4.
No. That's unfair. I do the tails, but then you flip it. That's,
So this. He's a 5-4.
I don't like that. That's unfair. Okay.
Smack your leader.
I put it there.
I'll take out the L3.
Okay, that.
5 units.
I assume you won this one.
Huh?
Did I assume you won?
Yeah. Because that one doesn't right.
Yeah, I can't attack.
Until you did get rid of it.
6.
Yeah.
I will.
But I
He flips at 4, right? 5.
My got 6. I will.
already here. Have a birdie.
I'll hit you for 2.
So I'll hit your base for 3 and heal 3
Somewhere.
Yep. And I will take initiative.
and pass.
There works.
Right here.
Then spend 3.
Mine is birdie. Oh, there's the problem. Look, there's the problem. There's the problem. I can get away. Yeah, I still can't do it. Yeah? Okay, good. I can do something.
I will hit Ray for 4.
Yes, I have one. I haven't traded
No.
I think this one.
It's comedic. It's very comedic. I didn't know if anybody noticed because I was looking around.
Hit your base for 3.
I'm going to say this. That's really useful for like very, very useful. So, oh, it also kind of, I almost.
ECL Gideon. And I'm going to give the experience to the Interlude for it.
Vader.
It's going.
And take out Gideon.
Yeah. Hit your base for 3.
Spend 1.
I will take a shot.
And I'll pass.
No, it did not. It did not. It did not take it. Once it gets darker, you are so might be dead. That 20 times.
There it is.
Yeah, thunder.
It says split 2 points.
Spend 3.
Hit your base for 4.
I only got it to
3. 4.
I think no, it's got to
Spend
because
3 for tech.
it has to be the last
I'll take a shift.
And I'll pass.
Plus 9, right? Yeah. 24, you said?
So I got to use another Stampede, but
I will. Are you ready?
have an evolution.
I will Devastator, and I'll take out Tech.
You're not doing that. Wait, I don't even need to put her.
That's going to be game. Not going to have any answers.
Oh, hello, everyone. We're back for round 3. Looks like we've got a Boba yellow, and we've got a Sabine yellow. Okay. Let me get that all set up. Got Zach versus Derek. Boom. And we're in round 3. Oh, you guys are still seeing the waiting screen. All right. So this is going to be a close to a repeat of what we saw round 1, but it's Sabine yellow instead of Sabine green. We'll see if that one ends up faring any worse. Theoretically, I think Boba yellow should be favored in this matchup, but good Sabine players can definitely come back and overcome that disadvantage like we saw in round 1. And we'll see if Derek can do that this round. Oh, Loopy's on table 2. We almost got him. All right. And I'm going to start the timer. People are saying yellow should have 50-50 in this matchup. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be close. Whoever wins. Sabine yellow hasn't been a thing in a while. I mean, looking at this, it looks pretty much like what you would expect a Sabine yellow to look like. It was only on 1 chopper, 3 cartel turncoat. Interesting. I don't see a sideboard for him. Also, Derek's list. Ooh, Derek's got some interesting stuff in here. He's got 3 Toro Calican, 3 Lurking TIE Phantom main deck, 3 each of 4 Lemon Zuckus, and 1 Boba's Armor main deck, and another in the sideboard. All right. And they're drawing their hands. Good luck, Derek and Zach. All right, and it looks like Derek has the initiative, and he's got an R2. And R2 is going to... I can't quite see what that is. He's going to keep it, whatever it is. Mercenary gunship in space. I mean, that's going to be met by Cartel Turncoat. I mean, the gunship is a pretty good answer to that. I mean, it is a one resource loss, but you're getting the card out of the turncoat. So I don't think Zach's going to be too mad about taking that trade. If that is what he ends up doing. Zach's action. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do now? And he goes to base. All right. Not what I expected. I think Derek has a red 3 in hand, which if that ends up resolving this turn could be big. Looks like he's not gonna greet it. He's just gonna do 2 to base here. I think he also has a Falcon, and if he goes for that, he could potentially clear the gunship. We're gonna see Bodhi Rook come down here. There's an event there. Is that for a cause, or is it heroic sacrifice, or is it like daring raid? It's for a cause. All right. That's a big hit. And R2 goes to base also. 3, 4, Falcon. Yeah. So that Falcon, I don't know if Falcon's going to go to base or if it's going to clear this gunship. It is going to clear the gunship. Sabine's going to ping, and both players are at 5 now. But I like Derek's position here. He's got, I think he's got 3 cards in hand now. He's going to go down to, he's going to resource 1 of them. So he's going to have 2 in hand, 3 on board. As opposed to Zach, it looks like it's 1 on board, 3 in hand. All right, and Derek does pay for the Falcon here. And Bodhi goes to base. Falcon 2. Both players now at 8. And we got now Forlom coming in, going to clear this R2. And Boba resets a resource also. And what's Derek's play? Derek's play is red 3. All right. And Zach has a Greedo to follow up. Zach's got a pretty big buildup of forces now here in this ground arena. Derek can't flip his Sabine this round and start pushing even more damage there. And with the red 3, it's going to be even more. And here she is. We'll see if she actually goes to base or if she tries to take out some of these units. And it's just going to be base. All right. All right, it looks like we're moving on. Is Derek going to pay for Falcon this turn? It looks like he is. He's having second thoughts. Looks like his hand is that an Ozatuk? I think that's an Ozatuk. Looks like he's going to bounce the Falcon, actually. All right. Falcon, I think there's a second Falcon and an Ozatuk, maybe a Spark Rebellion. But Zach's got initiative, and he's going to start by sending 4 Lom to the base. That's going to be 4 to base from the Sabine. This red 3 has already gotten 3 extra damage from the raids. Red 3 is one of those cards that sometimes it's horrible and sometimes it's great. Three cost for 2/3 loses to a lot of things, but in situations like this where there's no answer to it, it can get out of hand. And Derek may be winning the damage race for now, but Zach's not that far behind. Especially this turn where he can flip Boba. I mean, I think theoretically Zach might even have a line to lethal this round if he has like a surprise strike in hand. Or, oh no, 30 health base. I was thinking Derek was on ECL. Red 3 gonna go to base here. And we got 2 resources for No Good to Be Dead. Just going to exhaust that spacer. Or turncoat, sorry. Cartel turncoat. And I'm starting to think Derek might have made a mistake by not paying for that Falcon. Because I mean, he can play 1 and hit base, and he might still end up. That might be enough. But if he had kept his Falcon, he would have been able to hit. Well, the No Good Man probably would have hit the Falcon, so he would have been able to hit for 3 more with the turncoat, and then he plays the second Falcon, and that's lethal at this point. If Zach has no more answers, and I can't quite tell if Zach does. But all right, he's not going to play 1 to this Falcon, so 3 more to base from that Greedo. And Falcon hits for 4. So now Zach has to claim here. And I think he's looking for exactly Cunning. Gets him out of this position. And he doesn't get it. So Derek taking game 1 here. Let's see. Let's talk about their sideboards. So Derek's he's got New Adventure in there. Maybe that comes in just to try and steal some games. He's got Bosk, Fire Spray, Good Morning Guards. Good Morning Guards is definitely going to come in. Relentless Pursuit. It may or may not. No, he's got another No Good to Be Dead. So Derek's got a lot of options here. We'll see if he ends. I'm. Oh yeah. Oh wait, is Derek the? Did I get these players' names wrong? I think I did. Yep, I did. So sorry. Derek is playing Boba. Zach is playing Sabine. So Zach took game 1. And the way this font works, it doesn't like capitals. Okay. Sorry about that. But Zach, it looks like Zach doesn't have a sideboard, at least not in the list that was sent to me. AAC, yeah. So the thing is, I'm using the Star Jedi font, and the Star Jedi font, some capital, whenever I type names, I always capitalize the first letter, but in that font, a lot of the capital letters will move to a different letter and not be the capital, because it's like sort of natively all caps, as you can see. So if I type in capital Z, it does that weird little A character instead of the Z. So I just have to make it lowercase z and then it works. All right, we're moving into game 2 of round 3 here. Zach has the lead, playing Sabine. And Derek is on the initiative with this Boba deck. So what exactly was in? Oh no, I was talking about Derek's sideboard there, yeah, with the Goring guards and everything. On Zach's, yeah, Zach doesn't have one. All right, or at least if he does have one, it's not in whatever was sent to me. They were registering people in lots of different places, so it's possible he does have a sideboard and he did register it, and I'm just not seeing it. All right, Derek starts with a Crafty Smuggler. And Zach goes with an R2, and I think looks like he's got that Cartel Turncoat in the hand also. That's like the ideal opening for this Sabine yellow deck, I think. And the Crafty Smuggler is not going to be able to answer this R2, at least not right away. Yeah, Derek doesn't have a way of dealing with the Turncoat. I wonder if it would be, if we could go back in game 1 and see what would happen if Derek would have killed the Turncoat early instead of going to base for that gunship. But alas, Crafty Smuggler just going to base here, not going to try and make a dent in the R2. I think that makes sense. Sometimes this Boba deck can just out aggro Sabines. And R2 is going to go to base, take a look at that top card, and leave it there. All right. We've seen Zach look with R2, I think, I think 2 times this game now, and he's kept it both times. Me personally with R2, I almost always throw it to the bottom unless I know it's a really good card that I want to see. So maybe he's got some really good cards on top of this deck. All right, there's a ping from Sabine. And we're going to see AUN come down in space. And another Turncoat. Derek does have the 7th Fleet Defender, but it's got so many targets. 4 resource turn, which means Sabine can flip, and Derek has Cunning online if he has it in hand. So for Derek, the choice is like, with this 7th fleet, do you kill the A-Wing to prevent the extra damage, or do you kill one of the turncoats and try and get some card draw? I can't quite tell what's in his hand. If his hand is bad, maybe he does try to fix it here. And it is going to be the turncoat. And he picks another card. A-Wing goes to base. Is that a 4-lom? It might be a 4-lom in Derek's hand. Can't quite tell. Pretty sure that is 4-lom. Maybe there's a surprise strike in there also. So we're going to see 4-lom. Yeah, I also saw Bosk when he showed that there. So the 4-lom's going to go in, clear that R2. Boba resets a resource. If he's got a Greedo to follow up, that's big. Oh, it looks like he does. Greedo, surprise strike, no gonna be dead, and Bosk are those 4 cards as far as I can tell. Zach's keeping his a bit closer to the chest, so I can't quite see him. Sabine's gonna go and ping here. And then Crafty goes to base. And Sabine hits the table here. And then Greedo does as well. I think Derek's in a better position than he was last game. It's hard to say that he's in the lead. He's taken a lot of damage here. But I don't think he's even taken as much as he did last game. All right, turncoat going to the 7th fleet. And that's another card for Derek here. A-Wing hits the board. Sorry, X-Wing, but also another A-Wing. So Zach's got air superiority here, but Derek's got a lineup of scum and villainy on this ground arena. None of them have enough power to clear the Sabine, though. Let's see. I'm seeing Cantina Bouncer in hand, and as well as a Bosk. No Zuckus, I don't think, though. At least I don't see one. But Derek has initiative. What's he going to do? Oh, Syndicate Lackeys. All right, he had that. That's a big one. Clears the Sabine and survives. And Boba gets to ready a resource here. And Boba can flip this turn. But he's got to find a way to either win or deal with these space units. Because these A-Wings are relentless. All right, Boba goes to base here. That's going to bring Zach up to 11. And Derek has 9 left over on board. So he's actually going to be able to equalize this in terms of damage done. Ooh, and Zach gets another turncoat onto the board. And we're tied at 20 here. I think Zach got initiative. No Gonna Be Dead. Just going to hit one of those A-Wings. Stop it from dealing damage next round. Zach's got 7 on board. And Derek has a bajillion. So we might be seeing our first game 3 here. If Derek can close this one out, he just has to not die this turn. He has in 3 actions he can win the game. Zach needs, I think, minimum 4. Or is that Heroic Resolve? That could do it in 1. That could do it in 3. No, wait. Yeah, no, it couldn't. All right, A-Wing hits for 3. Derek's got answers galore. He's just gonna hit for 5 though. $25. Now Zach's 2 actions away from dying. Zach has a Heroic Resolve, but it's not going to be enough. Two from Turncoat. And Surprise Strike for the early end here. Congratulations to Derek for equalizing it and bringing us to our first ever Game 3 of this tournament. What's the chat saying? Not much. Okay. Oh. You guys can still hear me, right? It says the stream's getting 0 audio bit rate, but that doesn't make any sense. I can see the line going up. Are you playing any PQSRT? Yes, I'll be playing the Portland one. I couldn't get a ticket to the Seattle one, but I'll be there to stream it. All right, you guys can hear me. That's great. If I were playing this weekend, I'd be bringing Kira because I think she is the best position to win. And I think what we saw in round 2 is sort of an example of why. But yeah. All right. Thank you all for confirming that you can hear me and for the compliments. And we should be getting into game 3 here pretty soon. Zach had a great opening in both of the first two games with R2 and Cartel Turncoat. I don't see an R2 in this hand, but he's got an A-Wing, and A-Wing's always a good open. Especially with initiative. And we got A-Wing. And it's gonna be met by the mercenary gunship. That's I mean, that hurts a little bit, but Zach does get initiative, so he has a chance to hit base with it first. Is there a list of leaders in here for this PQ? I don't have access to it. The data exists somewhere, and they're trying to get me access to it, but it's Limitless is a weird system, so not yet, unfortunately. But in due time, it should come. Zach's action, and Zach, he has a bamboozle, and I think he's considering playing the bamboozle for free. Yep, he is. So that's just going to exhaust that gunship. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. You're using 2 cards here to basically save 1 card for 1 round. I guess maybe if he goes, the follow-up play is Falcon and then attack into gunship. That's a good play, and it gets you +1, and you're not your aiming is going to survive into perpetuity. So it makes more sense if he's doing that. 7th Fleet Defender though is not what you want to see if that's your plan. And there is the Falcon. And Derek gets the initiative here. And the gunship's going to die here. Sabine pings. All right, I think, is that cunning? I think that is cunning in Derek's hand. I don't think we've seen cunning in either of these first 2 games. It's been sorely missed. I think that's also Gamorrean guards, which could be big with the Sabine flip happening here. And Falcon's going to go back to hand here. And we're ready. 7th Fleet's just going to start by clearing that A-Wing. The space warfare has been a major part of the first 2 games, and Derek seems to be doing a pretty good job with it this roundabout. And Sabine, and she's going to get matched by the Gamorrean guards. In space, we're going to see Falcon come back down. And that clears the 7th. And a turncoat to follow it up. And Zach has now, I think, reestablished air superiority here. Sabine's just going to knock a little bit of health off that cunning and get a ping in here. She does take 4 back. But now we're going into 5 resources, and this is the turn where Derek can flip his leader. And maybe start to take a lead here. But these space units are not going away. And Falcon is going to be paid for here. Makes sense. And Derek opening with lackeys. Go ahead and clear that Sabine. Boba does get to ready a resource here. And Falcon goes to base. Can't quite see what that is. That might be another 7th Fleet Defender in his hand, but I'm not sure. If it is, that is actually kind of big. Because when Derek attacks, he'll be able to ready 2 resources from the Boba and be able to play 3-drop. And 7 Fleet Defender is just the 3-drop you need to compete with this board. All right. There is Boba. All right, and Derek goes for a cause. 1, 2, 3, 3. But he sees a surprise strike. Surprise strike's a pretty good hit there. So he's going to discard Wing Leader. I'm probably discarding everything but the surprise strike here, personally. Maybe he really wants to keep Bamboozle. I guess he does. He keeps Bamboozle and surprise strike. Why attack the guards when it doesn't have Sentinel? Did it? I'm pretty sure. Oh, did it not have Sentinel last round? You might be right about that. Yeah, because I think he did kill the 7th Fleet off. Are you excited about anything from set 3 yet? Yes, I'm excited about a lot. I'll talk about. I can talk about that more after game 3 here. But after Derek just landed some hits into the base. I think it's his action, or maybe unless Zach has something else to do that he hasn't done yet. Waylay. Ooh, that's interesting. Looks like it wasn't 7th Fleet like I thought I saw. That would be big if it was, but it's not. So I think he's thinking what he wants to waylay. Neither of these are great options. I mean, especially Turncoat, because Zach still has a resource up. Unless Zach already claimed, in which case maybe it's right. But I mean, it's gonna be Falcon, because I was gonna say, like, anything you could have that would kill Falcon would also kill Turncoat. So, all right, we're moving on. New round. Derek we know as Bamboozle, Surprise Strike, and it looks like he has 2 Falcons also. And he is staying at 5 resources. That's enough for a Surprise Strike Falcon. Derek has, this is what, 13 power worth of attackers on board right now? All right. Surprise Strike going to go in for 5, not 6. And Lackeys is going to go in for 5 also. And there's the Falcon. Guess who's back? Back again. And Cunning. All right. What's Cunning going to do here? Looks like he's going for discard. And presumably he's buffing one of these units. Oh no, he's just going to roll for... The die was going to be for the buff. But he ends up hitting the second Falcon here off that discard. And he's going to bounce the Falcon. Not going to go for the buff. I don't think the buff affects the clock, so I think that makes sense. He can still have lethal next turn, no matter what. And I think Derek's on his way to pulling it off here. Sabine is going to use her ping here. Maybe not. Maybe yes. I'm trying to think what I would do. I don't think it matters much whether or not you do or don't. Maybe, I mean, it theoretically gives Zach a more of a chance to find lethal, and I don't think it increases Derek's odds of getting to a lethal line. But Zach has to deal 10 damage in like 2 actions. And I don't know if there's much that does that. Even if he has another surprise strike, that's 5. And another 4 cost would be, up to 4. Off that. I don't think that's enough. Unless there's something that I'm totally not thinking about. I think Derek's got this one. And he drops a Toro Calican for good measure here. That looks like Sabine, Fleet, Falcon, Bamboozle. I don't know if the turncoat is a rebel or not. If it works for Fleet. Well, he's playing the Fleet, and you can still attack with it no matter what, even if it's not buffed. And I guess we'll see if it is, depending on how much damage gets taken. And it's just 2, so it's not a rebel, I'm guessing. And if Derek has Surprise Strike is lethal now. If not, he can just he's within 2 actions. So Lackeys goes to base. That's 29. And Sabine is going to go out on her own terms with the ping. And that's round 3, folks. That was a good one. Those were close games. I think everyone had a chance there. Oh, sorry. I just had Sabine as the winner. It should be Derek here. Derek, after I got everyone's names mixed up, ended up winning. So Congratulations. Let's go and see if we're getting match results from the other tables. It looks like Loopy won. So Loopy's 3-0. Who else do we know? Yoda Killer won. Randamando lost. He was our Kira player from last round. Rebel Resource won, so he's 2-1. All right. Someone asked about set 3 and what I was excited for, so I want to talk a bit about that. I'm just excited for everything. I grew up watching the Clone Wars, so I'm excited to see like all of the art, and it's all so good. I love the art from Spark and Shadows, but I think just from what we've seen so far, this is my favorite art so far out of any of these sets. Maybe that's just because I love the characters more than the other characters, but I love this art too. I personally am excited for Rex because he just looks really fun, and you can play like an aggressive deck with him. You might also be able to play like a mid-range deck with him. So I think there's lots of room there. The Separatist stuff for like, blue-green, which has been my primary archetype, is really good also. Dooku looks amazing. Newt Gunray looks like maybe he's okay. Wat Tambor looks fun, but I think he's going to be more aggressive than Control. So I'm excited for that. Yoda looks really interesting. Obi-Wan looks really interesting. All the leaders look kind of interesting. I will say, I really hope that they nerf Boba because it looks like he might just be still a force into set 3. Where are they? I can't find them. But a while ago, I went and had made like custom clone trooper and droid tokens. So I just got like the template of the token and found some art from various places and just made like a custom token and went and printed them out and put them on the backs of cards. So that's gonna be fun. I'm just really excited to have the Clone Wars characters in this set. I also think Grievous is gonna be really good. He's got me excited. A lot of the yellow control stuff seems to be interesting. And Grievous just as a 4/8 seems fun to play. Do you know if there are any Boba Targentown playing in this PQ? I don't know. There may be. It seems like it's popular enough that there's probably at least one, but I don't know. I don't have the full breakdown of who's playing what. All right. All right, I'm going to go and play some music for you guys while we wait for this round to finish up. Shouldn't be too long. All right. We're at time and round. There's still a couple that aren't reported in Melee, so I'll keep you updated. But we're starting to see some results from other events pop up. The top 8 of Spain in Barcelona. We had Boba Yellow. We had another Boba Yellow. We had a Boba ECL. We had a Tarkin Yellow. We had another Boba ECL. We had a Boba with a green, presumably a 30 health base. And another Boba that was either red or green. And then someone else. It's TBD. In this is Patriot Games. I don't know where that is. Let's see. I can check the messages here. Patriot Games is in the UK. Okay. We had... Oh, never mind. That's just someone posting their results. That's not the top cut. Okay. But I imagine we'll have it soon because it looks like they're done. And it looks like we're going into round 4 soon. We've got Ray Tarkentown versus Boba Tarkentown. Someone was asking for Boba Red, and you got it. All right, and in a minute, we're going to start round 4. I'm just getting all the random numbers updated. And I got to get the names. And so our Ray player is Matthew. And our Boba player is Carlos. All right. Oop. So we've got Ray Tarkentown versus Boba Tarkentown. This is going to be fun. Oh, is my camera frozen? That shouldn't be happening. I don't know why that's happening. Plugged in. Do I need to... Wait. Can you see me now? Am I moving? Yes, I'm moving. Okay. Just in time for round 4. All right. So we got Matthew here on Ray Tarkentown, Carlos on Boba Tarkentown. What leaders have won so far? We saw Sabine win round 1, Kira win round 2, Boba win round 3. Someone's asking for the Melee link. Here it is. If that doesn't get deleted, you can go over to the Take the Initiative channel, and it won't get deleted there because I'm the owner. And I posted that in the chat. So. How many players in this PQ? About 106. All right, I don't know what we're waiting for. Maybe they're getting deck checked. Although, I mean, the decks are sitting there on the table, so I don't think they are. All right. And it looks like we're drawn. Oh, they're going to roll first, of course. Ooh, 1 from Carlos. Maybe they called that odds or evens or something. All right. It looks like Carlos has the initiative. Let me get my better headphones back on. All right. Carlos is taking his time with the resource here. All right, I want to take a brief look at these lists, because the way that I've seen this Boba Red played before is basically it's a Ghost Space deck, and that looks to be what it is. Yep, he's got just a couple 1-drop ground units, and that's about it. Matthew's deck is, I mean, it looks pretty much like a Ray Red deck. It's got a lot of stuff for the late game, and Death Star Stormtrooper plus ISB Agent. That's a solid open for Carlos here. And the ISB Agent does have an event to reveal to put a damage on that Restore Dark. And Carlos has the chance to target town here if he takes it. And he does do that. Boom. It actually resets a resource, but nothing to do with it. Great start for Carlos. Yoda, though, that's a pretty strong response. All right, Death Star Stormtrooper going to base. And we're going to see, is this going to be a surprise strike? Yep, surprise strike to take out Yoda. And we'll see if Carlos has a follow-up 2-drop to play here, or maybe another 1. He does not, or at least if he does, he chooses not to use it. So now we're going into round 4 of round 4. And I think I saw Village Protectors in Matthew's hand, which is pretty good into this board. And yep, it's going to hit the board here. That could theoretically take out both of these units. ISB going to stack itself for the shield there. And the Stormtrooper, oh, that was an attack. Yep, and it's going to happen. Matthew a bit behind on tempo, but he's managing to catch up here. He took out both those ground units with just 1 card of his own. And Carlos does not have a play here. That's rough. Ooh, one of these players' names on Melee is Yoda Killer. I kind of hope it's Carlos because he just killed that Yoda. All right, Boba flips here on Carlos's side. And Matthew's now going to space here with 2 big units here. Carlos has the 7th Fleet Defender, but it does not match up well into this Conquer Dawn Interceptors. But in the ground arena, Boba is alone and unchallenged. Oh, daring raid. That'll hit the interceptors. That's good. I mean, that makes it so that the 7th Fleet will trade with the interceptors next round. But now we're at 6 resources. That's the Ray flip turn. Looks like Matthew gonna use the Ray to buff up this A-Wing. And Carlos... He's gonna spend 1 for something. Now he's gonna spend 4, 6 even. For Ruthless Raider, that's a big one. Matthew's going to do 4 to base. And while the 7th Fleet Defender can't kill the A-Wing, Carlos is definitely in the aggro position here, where he's comfortable just going to face here. Matthew can flip Ray and start to heal some of this damage that's been done to him. But facing down Boba plus Ruthless Raider plus the 7th Fleet Defender is not good. And oh, no good to be dead. That's going to make this even worse for Matthew here. Matthew still does have his target count up, which can help him deal with something, potentially. All right. Here comes Poe Dameron making an appearance. Carlos contemplating just claiming here, I think. It looks like. And not attacking with that, 7th Fleet. He reached for it, but then he decided to take another second to think. And he is going to go to base with 7th Fleet. Which means he is going to allow Matthew to get in something with Poe here. But it's unclear, like, Poe, his ability to do things here is limited. He can clear Boba. He can, knock off the shield on the 7th Fleet potentially. All right. Moment of truth. All right, Poe goes into Boba. Discards another card. Looks like to defeat Boba. And is he going to do anything else? Looks like no. 7th Fleet goes 3 to base. And now Matthew's in range of dying to Ruthless Raider, just attacking, and then once it dies, it does too. But if he has something to stop it from attacking this turn, he's still in it. I guess I'll Luke in his hand, and yeah, Luke is going to come down. That's going to debuff that Raider. So now it can attack for 1. It is going to attack for 1. A-Wing can clear it, but you have to clear both 7th Fleet and the Raider here, and I don't know if there's a way to do that. All right, A-Wing is going to hit Raider, and that clears the Raider, but the Raider is going to deal 2 base and 2 to this Poe. Carlos gets initiative. I don't think Matthew has a way to deal with that 7th Fleet. So I think we're going to be going to game 2 here. Yep. We may have a special guest joining us here soon. All right, let me make sure everything is set up right. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, I believe.
I can hear you too, and I think Stream should be able to hear you too. Stream, are you hearing tower number 9? They're not saying anything yet, but I think they are.
I'm here.
I'm seeing the lights go up in OBS. So, Tower, you want to introduce yourself?
Is there a live footage here for me somewhere?
Oh, I can get that set up for you. Yeah.
Yeah. The stream's a little delayed. I was watching it on there, but
there you go.
Nice. Okay. What's up, guys? I'm Tower number 9. I'm jumping on to help commentate this event. Thank you for Rebel Trader for having me.
Yeah. So, okay, I need to update the standings, but we're going into game 2 here. That first game, I think, was pretty convincing for the Boba player. They just aggroed out early, got that Ruthless Raider down, and the No Good to Me Dead on the Ray prevented Matthew from coming back. So we'll see if game 2 is any different. I'm gonna try and send you the list.
What do you think about this? What do you think about this matchup, Rebel Trader?
It's hard to tell. These are two decks that haven't seen as much play as some other things. I think in theory the Ray Red deck should be able to win here.
There's a Boba Red 30 HP that seems to be popular recently. Boba Red Tarkentown I think of as being kind of an anti-aggro build in large part. And Ray is not really that aggro, so, we'll see.
Yeah. This deck is running ISB agents for the combo with Tarkentown.
Right, yeah.
And we saw that in game 1. He killed the Arc 170.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean about it being anti-aggro. The Boba Red Tarkentown, if you hit ISB agent plus any event or Daring Raid in your opening hand, you can kill most starting units that someone might play.
Yeah.
There are a few units that get around it though. So if you have the most notable one is anything that comes in with a shield is not going to be defeated by that combo.
Yeah.
But conceivably you could also see something like, if Ray leads with R2 and Boba brings out the ISB agent, Ray can use her ability to put an experience on it and get it out of range of Tarkentown.
Yeah.
We'll have to see whether that actually ends up being a possible play, though. It's kind of interesting. I think if you're going for that kill their starting play, you can do it more reliably in Cad Bane because Cad just needs to have any underworld unit.
Yeah.
Which is a lot easier to get than specifically Daring Raid or specifically ISB plus an event.
Yep.
That said, Boba's leader card is, I think, typically considered better than Cad's leader card. So, you do get you may lose some reliability on your combo, but you do get to play Boba as your leader, which turns out is pretty good.
Yeah.
He's a weird situation here. We got a Merc gunship, and it is taken out by an open fire.
Is that Wolf?
I think that is a copy of Wolf. Now, that might not be as crazy as it seems, just because... So, Wolf is usually not a main deck card, but I don't know. Against Ray has quite a lot of healing. Maybe Wolf is desirable in that context.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised it made the sideboard even. In this meta, there's not a ton of healing.
I'm still a Wolf sideboard fan. I know a lot of people have dropped that, but I think there's also, depending on what your other units are, sometimes I've actually even main decked Wolf just as a situation where it's like, do I want Wolf or do I want Viper Probe Droid or whatever? Sometimes I might actually prefer to have Wolf. Saboteur is nice too.
Yeah. Ooh, triple Dark Raid. That's, I think, one of the main reasons.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see what he's got. Kanan on the other side of the board. What do you think of Kanan, Rebel Trader?
I think he's good. Sometimes it feels bad to play like a unit for 4 if it's not doing anything immediately, but I mean, he's really strong. He enables, Force Throw, and just being able to heal the way he does is big. His stats are also great. Sometimes he just
I think
dies
4 is like
power of the dark side, but yeah.
Yeah, I think 4 is like the point where like not having immediate board impact starts to be kind of a problem or starts to be something annoying.
Yeah.
but it's like on the edge, and I think units like Kanan can definitely get a good amount of value. You just hope that he doesn't get taken out by some 1-for-1 removal thing.
Yeah. And in this matchup, Carlos doesn't really have anything that does that. The only he would do would be like
Yeah, I
attack it and
mean-
then target town. But that's, I mean, you're fine with that trade.
Yeah, that seems fine. Now, because of these large life counters, I can't quite tell. I'm assuming at this time that neither player has used Tarkin Town.
No, they have like tokens that are visible that you can clearly
Great.
see. So triple dark raid there brought out the fire spray, and now it's back in Carlos's hand.
Yeah,
So-
it's kind of funny. Just so triple dark raid for fire spray is in a sense actually inefficient because the fire spray would have already come into play ready, so it's sort of wasted compared to like bringing in a ruthless raider or something. But
Yeah.
at the same time, you know, having Fett's fire spray in hand is not exactly a situation that you're really going to be complaining about as a Boba player, I think.
And Kanan hit the mercenary gunship off the top here, so I don't think he's gonna get any heals.
But yeah, that's actually really funny. You know, there is that risk of blanking out on Kanan's heal. I in the past I thought of it as being, you know, a basically restore 1 or 2, but with the advent of more generic cards that people are actually playing, there is that chance to miss.
Yeah. All right, village protectors.
Carlos fires off Tarkin Town and clears out Kanan after Kanan kills Wolf, and then we see the good old village people hitting the field.
Fang Fighter.
Disabling Fang Fighter.
I was gonna say that the village people line up really well into the Boba flip turn, but Fang Fighter makes that less so.
I am a Disabling Fang Fighter fan. I even main deck that in some of my decks. I think upgrade removal is pretty strong in the current environment. And the funny thing is, this isn't even one of the decks that you like most want upgrade removal for.
Yeah. Ooh, and
Boba
another
takes out the now
TDR.
shieldless village people. Triple Dark Raid. Let's see what he gets. What are you looking for if you're Carlos here, Rebel Trader?
Probably Fire Spray or Ruthless Raider, and there's the Ruthless Raider.
Ooh, and he gets it. Carlos is putting the pressure on here, but Matthew's about to get the chance to flip Ray, and Ray can potentially be a big issue if not dealt with her Restore 3.
Yep. Yeah, the Raider goes back to hand. I think they thought he was defeated for a second, but
Yeah, I think he was just setting it aside. Is that the only card in his hand, or?
I don't think so. I think he's just stacking them. We know, yeah.
Oh,
he's the
gotcha.
Fire
It was
Spray
just
from
like,
earlier.
yeah, it was just off the board or something.
All right.
14 damage on Matthew's base, only 11 HP left, and we know there's a Fett's Fire Spray and a Ruthless Raider in hand. Don't think that's where Matthew wants to be.
Yep. So is that a Force Lightning in Matthew's hand? I think it might just be Force Throw, but it looked kind of like Force Lightning.
Ooh, a Force Lightning would be really spicy here. Force Lightning's interesting because I do think it's a good card, but it doesn't see very much play in the current environment. I think there just hasn't really been a deck that has the right structure for it yet.
Yeah.
What you really want is some force units for villainy that you can play earlier in the game.
Yep. Looking at Matthew's list, he doesn't have Force Lightning in there, so I think I just saw it wrong.
Well, that probably makes sense. Let's be real.
Yep.
Ray hits the field. Carlos just going straight for the face. 7 HP left for Matthew.
That could mean that he doesn't have No Good to Me Dead, which means this Ray is going to get some healing off.
Yeah, I think if he had the No Good to Me Dead, he would probably fire it off immediately. Maybe not. Maybe you swing with Boba first in case he gets killed by forced throw. Not sure.
Maybe.
I see a Luke in Matthew's hand. He could swing Ray into Boba, heal 3, and then kill Boba with Luke. No, Ray's going for the base.
No, because Luke is 7. He's on 6.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Good point.
And the Fang Fighter puts that 3 damage right back on Matthew's base.
Yeah, Matthew's in trouble here. Restored Arc, not a bad unit, but it feels a little late here.
Yeah.
Ruthless Raider, 2 to the base. 2 to Ray, maybe? 2 to the Arc? What do you think?
I don't think it really matters. Because at this point, if Matthew has some way to deal with the Raider, then Carlos just claims, and either one of these units is lethal. So I think it's effectively over, unless Matthew has some way to both heal and deal with these units.
Are they lethal? They swing for 4, right? He's got 5 health.
Well, if the Raider dies, I meant.
Oh, yeah. That's true. The the when defeated effect there is very real. What's Matthew doing here?
I think that's a force throw that he's about to play. Yep.
Force throw. But you raise a good point. If he kills the Raider, that's actually bad for him in a way.
Yeah.
Looks like he uses the force throw on his opponent. It's a No Good to Me Dead, so he did have one, but he decided he would rather play the Raider, and then the force throw used to kill the Fang Fighter. A surprise strike or even a shoot first ends the game here.
All right, so Boba goes 4 here. So now Matthew has to be able to, he has to defeat this Raider and heal in the same action. Or heal
Does
enough.
he have a Space Sentinel, maybe? He could throw out those interceptors and buy a turn or something?
Maybe, if he does, I mean, that would keep him in. And no, Ray's just going to go to base.
Nope.
And that Raider's exact lethal here.
Yeah, he's off by 1 to save himself. If he had the opportunity to attack with both Ray and the restored arc, he might live longer, but the Raider can just go to the face.
Yeah.
And there's the fist bump. Carlos with the win. It might be a deck that is, in a sense, optimized to beat aggro, but Carlos was able to put together a winning performance there against Ray Red, which is a bit of a slower paced deck. He was able to be the aggro instead. Rebel Trader, what do you think about Ray? I think she was one of the most exciting leaders early on in the set, but she hasn't quite had the competitive impact that it seems she might. What do you think about that?
I think you're right. I remember there was a tournament online at the very start, and it was like 7 or so Rays out of the top 16, which was I mean, I thought it was kind of weird. I thought she was interesting, but I didn't think she was like that good. And I think that has basically played out. She's been like around, but not at the top. There's been people trying to build her mostly with red, but now with blue has become a lot bigger, and it's had some good results. I think the blue deck is actually really, really good.
Yeah, the double blue, was it Bobby Sapphire who came up with that one?
It was I don't know. I think it was someone from KTOD. I think he's played it at a couple tournaments. I know.
I know that an Iden double blue actually won a PQ in the first weekend, and it made me kind of wonder whether that's what the meta is going to look like in the future with, going back to the control decks to combat Boba and then the like hard control decks to beat the soft control decks and so on.
Yeah. My prediction earlier today was that Kira was going to win this event.
Kira is a pretty solid control deck. You know what's really funny?
What?
If that Kanan had not hit a aspectless card, Matthew could have potentially lived considerably longer.
Yeah.
Because if he had healed 1 more HP, he could have lived through the Raider attack, potentially healed more with his arc, and still had a turn to play.
I think I saw that he had a redemption in hand, which
that's
wrong.
crazy.
But if he did have that, or if he drew it, yeah.
Imagine if hitting that Merc gunship was the like one thing that made it so that he couldn't stabilize. That would be wild.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, his opponent had some cards too. You know what I mean? It's not like, the game is like won or lost on this one moment, but it would be funny.
Yep.
So, are there any players at this event that you're rooting for, Rebel Trader?
I'm rooting for Loopy because he's
Loopy.
He was integral in making this stream happen. It's his camera that you're looking at right now.
Sweet.
And I think he was 3-0 last round. We'll see if I don't know if he's reported as round 4 yet. Yeah, no, they haven't reported yet. But he's
it's interesting.
Right now.
Is Rebel Resource playing in this event? Is that right?
He is. Yeah, I think he's 2-1.
2-1. Is he playing Sabine Yellow?
I don't know.
I think of him as the champion of Sabine Yellow. It'd be pretty tight if he managed to pick up a win with that, but we'll see.
Yeah. I think he may be trying to escape that legacy though.
Oh yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. It's kind of an interesting thing in these games. There can actually be kind of a benefit to one-tricking something. But at the same time, sometimes you got to be like, hey, this character might be my main, but this is just not the meta for this character. I got to try something else. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In Flesh and Blood TCG, a game that I played previously, it was often the case that people would be very dedicated to a specific main. And there are some benefits to that approach, but at the same time, it does limit your ability to pivot in a specific environment. And I think that the leaders in this game are more similar to one another than the different heroes in Flesh and Blood. In Flesh and Blood, some of the characters played so differently that you almost had to go really in depth to like even understand the play pattern. And in this one, I don't think it's like as extreme as that. So I think that maining doesn't have necessarily the same advantage.
Yeah.
What deck did you say Loopy was playing? Did you mention that?
I think he's on Sabine.
Ooh, which one?
Green with ECL.
Sabine Green, the classic, and in my opinion, a pretty strong one, probably the strongest right now.
Yeah.
I think there's an argument for double red Sabine. I'm actually going to release a video about this relatively soon, but I think that there's an argument for double red Sabine being better into control in particular, but I think that green Sabine is a better like all-comers choice at this phase. She just gains so much from set 2 compared to the other Sabine builds, thanks to Poe and Wrecker both being excellent with ECL and a lot more dubious otherwise. What deck are you playing these days, Rebel Trader? Are you a Kira man now?
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Kira. If I'm very likely gonna bring Kira to my planetary in Portland.
Cool.
So yeah, I just think she matches up well into so many things that it's hard to not play her. I'm really surprised that not a lot of other people are. But I think she matches up well into all the Boba decks that are out there, and she matches up pretty well into Sabine also.
Are you a ECL or 30 HP or what?
I go back and forth. I think I went to a store showdown a couple weeks ago, and I played ECL at that one. Or did I? Maybe I did. Maybe I actually didn't. No, I'm pretty sure I did play the ECL there. But I think if I were to do it today, I probably would go 30.
Okay. And what would your reasoning for that be?
ECL is just there's not a lot of lines where you need to use it to control the board, because you can go like Lieutenant Childson and he basically controls the board without using ECL. Sometimes you have powerful plays you can do with like Gideon or Lompike, but most of the time you don't actually need to do those, and having the extra health can be really, really helpful sometimes.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, Energy Conversion Lab's a really strong card, but we've recently seen people kind of moving away from it with some of these builds. I think 30 HP Boba is more popular than ECL Boba these days, or at least it's putting up more wins. I don't know. I don't know what the base rates of people playing those decks are, but yeah.
Yeah. I was talking about this a bit earlier, but we have now the top 8 from the Barcelona Planetary is 6 Boba decks, and then a Tarkin yellow and a Boss green. The 6 Boba decks are
Boba decks.
3 yellow, 1 blue, 1 green, 1 red.
Well, at least there's some variety to it, but we're gonna have to see whether Boba keeps winning these events, and if so, whether they make any balance changes or adjustments. But I think there's definitely still some time for the meta to potentially adapt and so on.
Yeah. I don't think he's the best deck right now even. But he's just he's so versatile and so strong.
What would your pick for the best be?
Kira.
Kira. There is sometimes this weird situation. You saw this like back in the day with Magic the Gathering, where there would be these rogue decks that were like not actually good in principle, but targeted the meta extremely well. And I don't know if that's going to be a thing that exists here, but it's an interesting type of scenario.
Yeah, I've seen that happen before. Yeah.
What other games have you played or followed competitively?
I played Destiny for a long time. I played Yu-Gi-Oh for a little bit. And then I played like Lorcana when it first came out, and then for like a couple months, and then not after that. And I played Legends of Runeterra for a while.
Oh yeah, I played Runeterra a bit. Yeah, I remember that. I played that for a time when it came out. I think they were, in my opinion, that game was maybe too close to Magic the Gathering for my tastes, but they had some interesting concepts, and they were very generous with giving you cards. It was definitely not a game that was optimized to take all your money, and that was nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think like if it was like a paper card game, I probably would still be playing it to this day.
Interesting point.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of like the theme. Like I'm not a League of Legends guy or whatever.
Me neither.
But
I never
you
played
know,
it, but
I didn't think it was pure. Didn't think it was pure garbage or whatever. It just wasn't quite to my taste.
yeah.
I never played Destiny, but some of my friends got quite into it, and I know a lot of people in this game have come from Destiny. which is an interesting it's an interesting situation. You know, there are some obvious parallels in terms of Star Wars, Fantasy Flight, back and forth.
Yep. Yeah, Jeremy, who is, I think, the lead designer on this game, was the lead designer on Destiny for a long time.
I think he was one of like the 3 senior designers, but not necessarily. I thought Danny Schaefer was the lead, but I could be wrong.
For Unlimited, maybe I think at this point, I don't know, but I know for Destiny, I'm pretty sure Jeremy was like the head.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm talking Unlimited. I don't know. Yeah. The lead designer for Star Wars Unlimited is Danny Schaefer, apparently. Yeah, Jeremy was a very strong competitive player of multiple games prior to working for Fantasy Flight on the design side of things. And it'll be interesting to see as they do the competitive season who comes up as kind of the top competitors in this one.
Yeah. All right, well, I was going to go take a little bit of a break for lunch. If you want to stay here and talk the stream, you can, or you can take a break also.
Okay, are we coming back in 12 minutes or whatever for the next round?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, let's do a little break. I will be back in 12 with you for is it round 5 next?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right.
Swagger down the street with your red lips and funky beat. You better hold your head up to the sky. I'm gonna roll with you till the day I die. Hey, swing those hips around. Can't stop, roll back down. My ladies, short, tall, thin or wide, always down and ready to ride. One by one, billion by billion, been holding up half the sky.
Okay, we're about to get going. Boom. Tower, are you there?
I am here. What's up, Rebel Trader?
Looks like we're about to get started with round 5.
Sounds good to me. Let's see what the players have to offer for this match.
We got one of them is Han Green, Han 1 it looks like, I believe, Audacious Smuggler. And the other is Sabine Green with ECL.
All right, yeah, looking at these lists here. Yeah, Han Green, kind of a classic build. And on the other side of things, Sabine ECL.
There you go, Tower. You should be able to see it now. Oop.
What do you think about this matchup, Rebel Trader? Han Green versus Sabine ECL. What do you think?
I'm pretty sure this has historically been very favored for Han.
Yeah, I think in the set 1 meta at least, this was definitely something that was a pro Han matchup, but I do think Sabine has gained more from set 2 than Han Green has, although I could be wrong. So
Could
we'll
be.
see what our Sabine player can bring to the table. Fun fact, this is actually one of the matchups that made me think that Sabine Yellow was better than Sabine Green towards the end of set 1. Sabine Yellow in particular had much easier ways to interact with Han's 5-6-7 combo, because you could use your exhaust tech to prevent him from doing the full combo and getting a U-wing reinforcement off early, which was otherwise a major threat.
Yeah.
Chat, what do you guys think about this matchup, and who are you rooting for? Is it going to be the Han Green 30 HP or the Sabine ECL that you guys want to see taking this? Han does have the less common deck. It's not like a total rogue unusual deck or whatever, but it's definitely not as prominent a competitive build as Sabine, I think.
Yeah, this Han Green has sort of fallen off. I think it's still really good. It has a really good late game, but also it can hang with some of these aggro decks early.
Yeah, I do think that the in the end game here, we got home 1, we got U-wing reinforcements, we have unit Han, who I think is really strong. There are definitely some options, but the question is he going to be able to get there, or is Sabine going to prove too fast?
Yeah. And this Sabine deck has, I think, a better late game than it did in set 1 with things like Wrecker.
Yeah, that's true. I think Sabine has moved a little bit in the direction of being a mid-range deck instead of pure aggro, at least for the ECL composition.
I don't know if I'd say that, but interesting point. And John is main decking 2 copies of Timely Intervention, which is gonna definitely help if this game goes along.
Timely Intervention, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Time has started, but I think the players are still considering their opening hands here.
Ooh, Blake, I think, was trying to show us his hand. I didn't quite.
Neither player has put down a resource here.
I did see a resupply in Blake's hand, which is definitely something you want to see early. Some Han players will go for it round 1. Some players won't. We'll see what Blake does.
You can do the Han resource accelerate into immediate resupply play. Maybe risky against Sabine, not sure, but it's definitely a way to get things started fast.
Yeah.
I once actually had a Han deploy before my Sabine because he did the turn 1 make a resource resupply, turn 2 make a resource resupply.
All right,
I was
Han's
not thrilled with this outcome. Did not win that game, by the way. And here we go.
And there it is, resupply.
Yeah. Looks like John leads off with what is that? Is that Sabine Explosives Artist promo version? And Blake does make a temporary resource and then resupply.
With the foil.
Yeah, foil promo. The organized play kit from set 1 had this fancy treatment of good old Sabine Explosives Artist. Honestly, one of the best turn 1 units in the game, in my opinion. She is very strong.
Yeah.
Swing for 3, pretty basic move. But that's aggro for you. Sometimes all you're doing is trying to get control. Ooh.
That's a card we
Modded
saw that.
cohort.
We saw that one earlier today in what deck was it? Oh, it was Han. The new Han Green was playing this card.
Ooh, man. That is I think that's a... Oh, okay. There we go. I was thinking that John had just played that Fighters for Freedom, and I was like, man, that's bad for him. Blake's modded cohort can just take that out next turn. But the Energy Conversion Lab was used to pick off the modded cohort, take advantage of the fact that it's a raid unit.
And the Metal Ceremony follow-up. But he did have to use that ECL, which is going to be big because he can't use it on Poe or Wrecker.
Absolutely right. Yeah, no ECL Poe, no ECL Wrecker. That means a lot. You know, those big unit plays for ECL are pretty substantial.
And both players could theoretically deploy their leaders this round. Looks like Blake is going for it.
Blake is accelerating towards it there. Temporary resource made. Usually that signifies he's going for the 5-6-7 combo.
I think he's got a Ewing reinforcement in hand, if my eyes don't deceive me.
Now, if John has a heroic sacrifice or a fleet lieutenant, he could kill Han right here with that Fighters for Freedom and prevent the combo from going off.
Yeah, he could.
But he doesn't have it.
No.
Or if he does, he chooses not to use it. Fighters for Freedom into the base. For those who might not be aware, the 5-6-7 combo is where you start at 5 resources, you use Han's leader side ability to get a temporary resource, putting you to 6 resources and allowing Han to deploy, and then you swing with Han after deploying, which gives you another temporary resource and puts you up to 7, and that allows you to then play Ewing reinforcement, Han Solo, Reluctant Hero, something like that. Kind of a core tactic for this, for the set 1 Han. Han swinging into Sabine here, it looks like.
I would have gone for fighters there, personally.
Yeah, I'd probably rather take fighters off the board, but maybe Blake has something planned for his next action here. Sabine just going for the base.
I mean, it's the
Ewing reinforcement. There we go. Classic Han Solo gameplay. Let's see what Blake gets out of this Ewing reinforcement. So he gets to search his top cards for up to 7 resources of units. And I believe you can only put a maximum of 3 units into play with this. But even still, that's, you could potentially really beef up your board with this. But he also has the luck of the draw. What are you looking for? Ooh.
That's a good one.
Han Solo, Reluctant Hero. Very strong card, has a permanent shoot first effect going. And so he ambushes in, takes out those Fighters for Freedom, and takes no damage in return.
I just realized I got this guy's name wrong. It's Brian, not Blake. I don't know why I thought it was Blake.
It's Brian. My apologies, Brian.
My apologies.
John brings out K2SO, and it looks like that's going to be it for the turn. Brian will have to get rid of 2 temporary resources since he made one with the leader side ability and one with the unit side ability of his Han there. But I think if I'm Brian, I'm not too unhappy with this board.
Yeah.
Could be a lot worse.
Yep. The big thing for me is I'm happy to see ECL's been used.
Yeah, ECL's been used, and Han Solo Reluctant Hero on the board is it's a major factor. That's a very powerful and annoying unit, and without an ECL, I'm not sure what John's plan to deal with it is going to be. Now, to be fair to John, he has done a fair amount of damage to base. I think we're seeing 12 damage on the base right now, and presumably Brian's going to kill K2, but, killing K2 does another 3 damage, so he's halfway there.
Yep. Oh, he's going to do it with the modded cohort, not even with the Han.
Modded cohort kills K2.
And interesting. Goes to the discard. All right.
Yeah, discard there. Okay, maybe he's like, I'm in enough trouble that I want to constrain my opponent's options.
I think that was Brian's last card. also.
Yeah, that's fair. So with K2SO, you can choose to either deal 3 damage or make the opponent discard a card of their choice. But when they have only 1 card in hand, taking them to 0 cards in hand is pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
So if you're John, you probably want to go to space here, yeah? For a cause.
Yeah, if you can. And that's all 4. All right.
4 for 4. Not that those are the cards that he necessarily wants to be seen at this point, and he discards them all. 11 HP left for Brian. Oh, wow. The
Blaster.
Hotshot Blaster on Han. Damage is going to be adding up fast. Brian can do 12. I'm sorry, can do 14 damage per turn now. No, 12 damage per turn. 12 damage per turn.
Yep.
Initiative taken. Oh, man. John didn't have another play. The board is looking pretty stable for Brian right now.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, with 6 HP on Han, even if John draws Wrecker, it doesn't clear him. He's used ECL. Maybe you have to be hoping for a heroic intervention play here.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's only on 6 resources, so that wouldn't be enough.
Yeah. He
Straight
throws
up
down
play
Wrecker. So Wrecker can at least clear Leader Han. That's something. But the problem is, Unit Han can shoot Wrecker and kill him and take no damage.
Yep. And this Ewing reinforcement is going to further compound Brian's advantage. Oh, and he gets a Luke.
Oh,
wow.
Ewing reinforced. That is spicy. Out of aspect, Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight. But with Ewing, you don't have to pay the cost for the unit. So the fact that it's out of aspect doesn't matter. The -6 kills Wrecker, and Han Reluctant Hero swings for 8. Now either of those units kills John in 1 hit. I don't think he has. I don't even know what he could possibly have as an out for this.
Yeah, I think he'd have to go Timely Wrecker, but even that's not enough.
But Timely Wrecker, even if he kills, it wouldn't kill both of them, and either of them swing for lethal now.
Yeah, and we're going again too.
Solid win for Brian. Classic Han Solo gameplay with the 5-6-7 combo into U-Wing reinforcement, and John just didn't really have the ability to get that last damage through after Brian stabilized.
Yeah.
Man, that is some that we were discussing this combo and this gameplay, and Han Green being at least previously favored into Sabine, and then we saw it right in action. I think that turn 1 ramp into being able to play a modded cohort so early, that was a strong start for Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Modded cohort really does answer like basically any early play other than a shielded unit.
Yeah.
I guess conceivably you could have something where someone plays like a unit and then immediately buffs it. Like if they did, Battlefield Marine, you make your temp resource and resupply, and then they first action play a wing leader, then you might be in trouble if you're going for this modded cohort plan. But at least for unbuffed units, the modded cohort's a great answer. And I believe, looking at Brian's list, I believe he's also playing the Sundari Peacekeeper, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
That can be a annoying card for aggro to deal with as well. It can hit for 3, which deals with a lot of aggro small units. It has 5 HP, so it's kind of annoying to clear. And Restore 2 is going to be buying some extra time.
Yeah, looking at Brian's list, his only 2-drop is Leia. So he's all in on the plan of ramping turn 1, it looks like.
That's interesting. He does have 3 copies of Grogu in the sideboard, and I think he might be bringing them in as like anti-aggro tech here.
That would be fun to see.
Yeah. He also has 3 Spark of Rebellions, which if they are included are valid turn 1 plays. And I get, maybe his plan is, hey, I'm Han. I'm not going to be playing a 2-drop turn 1. I want to be playing a 3-drop turn 1. and I'm gonna bring in that extra resource and play Sundari Peacekeeper. Let's go, you know?
Yeah. He's also on 3
Or-
copies of that Luke Jedi Knight, which normally you see that as a
Spicy.
one of, but 3
No,
of.
he's
All
going
right.
he's going big for it. That's interesting. He is not running the full like Casino Han, all kinds of 7-cost stuff. It's just Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, but Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight can be a good one to bring in. One of the strongest units in the game.
Yeah. Looking at John's sideboard, I don't know what he's going to bring in here. Like, none of these things seem like ideal for this matchup. Maybe you bring in Heroic Sacrifice.
Heroic Sacrifice might be more desirable than Rebel Assault in this matchup.
Yeah.
Spec Force Soldier, I think, is conceivably good here. I don't think they're open deck list at this point, though, so I'm not
No.
sure that he's seen Brian's Sentinels. I don't think we saw either Echo Base Defender or Bright Hope, but you can kind of expect that that's going to be the case in this type of deck, I think. John
Yeah.
has a Bright Hope of his own, which he could be bringing in, or 2 of them rather, which he could be conceivably bringing in as a method of opposing things like the Falcon, but I don't think like space aggro is the main threat here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think John would, if I were playing John's deck in this matchup, I think what I would do is I would bring out I would bring out at least 2 Rebel Assault for the 2 Heroic Sacrifice, and I would try to find some way to get the spec, like 1 or 2 Spec Force soldiers in there. I'm not entirely sure what I would be replacing, but I think I would like to see those against this composition.
Yeah.
But I've also seen Brian's list and John hasn't.
All right. John opens with, it looks like Battlefield Marine here.
Yeah, Battlefield Marine is a classic card.
And there's the Grogu. Is that the event exclusive Grogu?
I think so. I think it's the fancy Grogu.
All right. He's not so great going second. But maybe if Brian manages to get the initiative at some point, he'll be better.
Yeah, Grogu's ability allows you to exhaust him to exhaust another unit. The problem with that is, like you said, if you're going second, you know, John gets to swing with that Marine before Grogu can exhaust him. On the other hand, though, it does counter plays like Wing Leader. So a Wing Leader buffing that Marine and making him a 5/5. Grogu could then exhaust it and prevent all the damage. Wow, that's interesting. John is actually swinging for Grogu instead of the base. And he uses a heroic intervention to play Sabine Wren Explosives Artist, ambush in and kill Grogu. That was a heroic intervention from hand.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Sabine is herself taken out by a modded cohort after Brian makes a temporary resource. This time, though, I think John has a much more straightforward answer to the modded cohort. He can just take initiative and swing with the Marine to pick it off here. Doesn't have to use his ECL.
Yeah, you're right.
If he can get into a position where he can have ECL waiting to kill Han when Han deploys, I think that would be very desirable for him. Like if he, like, I think the dream would be like Poe ECL just waiting for Han, or like, you know, maybe you have Sabine Darksaber waiting for Han or something.
Yeah. Looking at his
Lock
hand, I
that
don't
5,
think he
6,
has
7.
Poe.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had it here, but he does also probably still have 1 turn. It is conceivable we could see resupply into Han into deploy, but that wouldn't allow the 5, 6, 7 combo in its normal form because some of the resources would be exhausted.
Brian also does run Spark of Hope if he has that. Okay, no, he's just going to go for resupply here.
Yeah, resupply it is. And John did take the kill on that modded cohort with his Battlefield Marine.
And Han is going to 6 here.
Yep. Sabine deploys, no Darksaber, just a swing for 3. Not a ton of damage being dealt to the base so far. But he does have the board advantage. Now Han has arrived, and even if he had Poe, he can't play him here with only 4 resources.
Yeah. New Metal Ceremony is pretty good here.
Metal Ceremony, okay.
Doesn't save the
Yeah,
Battlefield
you know,
Marine,
if Han's
but-
going to swing and kill that Marine, he'll take some more damage when doing so. Metal Ceremony is such a good card.
Ooh, Disarm. All right. That was a spicy take that I was going to talk about, but we started the game.
Yeah, John has
too
to
far.
look at the card. Disarm, not an incredibly widely played card, but it's I believe, 1-cost event that gives a unit -4, -0 until the end of the phase.
Yep.
So it's basically the same thing as Jeddah City, except on a card. But the exception is that I believe Disarm can target leaders, which does mean that sometimes it can create a quite favorable scenario. Interesting to see Brian running it, though. It's not a commonly played card.
Yep. He's got 1 in the main and 2 more in the sideboard. I don't know if that one came out of the board or not.
Yeah, I wonder if he sided it in. That's crazy. Looks like John's other play that turn was to play a Cassian Andor from hand. So he did not come into play ready since he wasn't smuggled. Oh, but here is ECL Poe Dameron. John has it, and that is big.
Yep.
Brian maybe confused there, was looking through the discard pile. I think he maybe thought the ECL had already been used, but then saw the heroic intervention. Yeah, because that Sabine was not played. Oh, man. And Brian just takes initiative. That is brutal. This turn is a huge swing in John's favor.
Yeah.
I wonder if Brian was hoping to attack, go to 7, and then play Han or Ewing or something, and without that, he didn't have a play.
That's my guess, yeah.
Now, if he does have that Han, he can have Han show up and pick off Poe before Poe gets a chance to do anything. And Han doesn't even take any retaliation damage thanks to his permanent shoot first type effect.
Yep.
I don't know, though. This time, John seems to be doing much better than we saw in the previous game.
That's for sure. Ooh, resupply.
That resupply.
Yeah, that's
I don't know. Not that resupply is a bad card, but it seems a little late.
I think he has a Luke in hand, and I mean, if he resupplies here, he gets to play it next round, but I think it's going to be too late by then.
Oh, yeah, because he has to play Luke for 9. If he doesn't hit it off that Ewing. Yeah, okay. Poe attacks and discards another Poe, I think, to do... to cause a discard. And Luke discarded from hand.
I think that might have been Brian's last card.
Oh, that's brutal for Brian.
And I think we're going to see a game 3 here.
Yeah, it's got to be game over.
Yeah.
Brian is only 6 HP left. Wow. John shows the hand to the camera with the for a cause. But Brian scoops before we see that draw to its natural conclusion. 1-1. It's what I like to see. All right, so game 1, we saw Brian kind of take control of it, early ramp. And I think the crucial factor, if I had to name one thing, was that John had to use his ECL early on in game 1 and wasn't able to use it later to suppress Leader Han. But game 2, he was able to get the ECL Poe and kill Leader Han before he could do a potential ramp to 7 type play. ECL matters a lot. And the funny thing is, sometimes there's matchups where using ECL early is important, and sometimes there's matchups where you really want to save it, and it really depends on the specific situation you're in.
Yep. And I think the thing that forced John to use the ECL early was Brian getting the resupply on turn 1 and then going modded cohort on 2.
Yeah. And because if John had just played the Fighters for Freedom, the modded cohort could just trade with it at the start of the next turn, and that would be a very undesirable situation for John. So I do think it was like correct for him to use ECL there. It was just not the play that you most want to be making. And ultimately he wasn't able to have it later on in an important scenario. But maybe you have to use it then just to stay afloat and hope that your opponent doesn't hit the big combo or whatever, or that you get the maybe he could have drawn the fleet lieutenant that would have allowed him to attack into Han and take him out. Players drawing up their opening hands for game 3 of the 5th round here. Considering those opening hands, resource decisions can be very important in this game. Even cards, it's kind of funny because I think one of the things that the smuggle mechanic does is it can simplify your resource decisions. But the funny thing is, the game is deep and interesting enough that you don't always want to resource your smuggle card, especially with Cassian. I have found that as a Sabine player, you often actually don't want to resource Cassian on the first turn, but rather wait to see if you need to play him on round 2. And if you need to play him on round 2, then you play him for his normal cost. And if not, then you resource him and plan to smuggle later.
Yeah. He's definitely just a good
Sorry, go ahead.
cost. He's definitely just a good 3-cost unit anyway. Like, even if you don't have to play him as 3, he's a good 3.
That said, there are some more straightforward things sometimes. The big one is you often see people playing the Hotshot Deal 44 Blaster in a deck that doesn't actually have red in it. And their only plan is to smuggle. Wow, that is a brutal turn 1. John fires off a heroic sacrifice with no units in play to draw a card, desperately trying to get something he can play. Doesn't find it, and Brian makes a temporary resource and plays DJ.
DJ's like, we were just talking about Cassian. Cassian's a 3/5. DJ's also a 3/5.
Yeah.
And DJ's another card that you might think you want to put in the resource row to smuggle with, but he's just good stats.
Oof, and there's a resupply. I think that's a red 3 that we're seeing here from John, but he is far behind, missing his turn 1 play. His opponent gets out DJ into resupply. This is not where you want to be as the Sabine player. Does look like there's a Darksaber in hand. And one thing about the 5-6-7 combo is that because you have to take an action to make that temporary resource before you deploy, your opponent can kind of gain a tempo advantage on you. So John can potentially bring out Sabine and put that Darksaber on her to gatekeep Han here and prevent him from doing his combo into a U-wing reinforcement.
Yep. And there she is.
Sabine deploy. That is a showcase Sabine, I believe.
Yep.
Now, Rebel Trader, this might be controversial, but I am of the opinion that normal Sabine's art looks better than showcase Sabine's art. What do you think about that?
I think there's definitely a good argument for that position.
I hear you. All right, Darksaber is there, and Sabine is in position for gatekeeping here. Trying to prevent Han maybe from Now, wait, didn't he already do that?
Not this turn.
Or no, John had the initiative.
Yeah.
John had the initiative, so he did deploy Sabine. DJ swings into Sabine, Darksaber, Han temporary resource. So now as John, you probably swing with red 3.
Yep. Because if I'm John, I don't know if I actually want to kill Han with the Sabine, but I want Brian to think that I might. And decide not to flip.
I think I probably... Well, let's see. So if you kill Han with Sabine, probably DJ trades with Sabine at the start of the next turn.
All right, and Sabine
is he
is
going to do it? He is going to do it. He
yeah.
does not want that 5-6-7 combo going off. So Han taken out by Sabine. Sabine on only 1 HP left. That should also deal 1 damage to Brian's base, but it looks like John might have missed his trigger there.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say like the ideal play is that your Sabine deters Brian, and Brian ends up like spending resources for something to make it so that he couldn't ever get to 7, and then you can attack Sabine. You can attack base with Sabine, but Brian evidently didn't want to make that play. So
now Brian, if he does anything here, John can take the initiative. Ooh, Marauder shows up and ambushes red 3.
And I mean, Brian's done a good enough job of preventing damage that he can tank a Sabine Darksaber hit here and not feel horrible about it.
Yeah, he only has 4 damage on his base. He is not in the danger zone. Sabine with Darksaber hits for 7 damage total against a base, 6 damage against a unit because her on-attack ability can only hit bases. But 7 damage here going, bringing Brian to 11 damage on the base, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Fleet Lieutenant sending Sabine into the base for a total of 9 damage. Now 13 damage on Brian's base, 17 HP left. Energy Conversion Lab has still not been used for John. DJ trades with Sabine as expected.
Yeah. Brian can go for a 7 here if he decides to resource again with Han.
Yeah, he could go for his Ooh man, did John just take the initiative there?
Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yep. All right, and
there's
Brian
Han.
goes for the Han.
That's brutal. I think I don't want to call it too early, but Brian is now very stabilized with a powerful unit in both the ground and space arenas that can... Well, I don't know though. It's not over yet. John still has that ECL, and that could be big. Definitely would be pretty happy to be in this scenario, though, if I were Brian here. John has the initiative. 6 resources, Wrecker, ECL, ambush Han.
That's
so he's going to discard a resource, deal 5 damage to Han, then he swings in, they trade, but 6 damage goes through to the base thanks to Overwhelm. It's probably about the best he could hope for. It doesn't put him in like an immediately winning position, but it deals with Han and does a bunch of damage to base at the same time.
Yep. Ooh, Peacekeepers. That's big.
I think that's a Sindari Peacekeeper hitting the field here.
Yep. That's going to help Brian start to stabilize.
Marauder swings on into John's base. Looks like John has 2 Darksabers in hand, which is a little awkward once your Sabine has already been defeated.
Yep.
Sometimes Sometimes you can get some good. Ooh, man, that is not what you want. Red 3 will just get shot down by Marauder here. All it's
Yeah.
really doing is buying some time. I don't think John's seeing the cards he most wants here.
All right, Marauder going to base. I probably would have killed the red 3 there, mainly because I'm worried about Wing Leader.
Yeah, I
there it
would
is.
personally. Yeah, and there's Wing Leader. I don't want to give the Sabine deck more opportunities to deal damage. You know what I mean? I want to keep the board clear, but maybe he has other answers in hand.
Yeah.
If he has a Bright Hope to throw down, he probably doesn't care that much about this, even with the Wing Leader. Ooh, hot shot deal 44 smuggled out, swinging in for 5 total damage.
Let's see. If he has double Millennium Falcon here, he can actually win the game this turn.
Interesting point.
Well, he'd have to have a third card also. I'm not
I
sure how
think
many
he may
cards
have
has.
forgotten the Restore 2 from the Sindari Peacekeeper.
All right,
Oh, no, there
He
we
just
go.
got it. Oh, he doesn't. So we're going into a new round. But that Peacekeeper is lethal if John doesn't have a way to deal with it.
And even if I don't know what John would. I mean, I guess we could see another Wrecker. Wrecker could just show up and blow up the Peacekeeper. That would work. And then, even then, though, Marauder can swing for bait. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, it's a Rebel Assault.
Is that game?
Is that for lethal?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that's only 9, right? So I think.
I think that's not
Brian
enough
gets
damage.
It. Oh, it's 10 because of the raid. But yeah, no. Still,
yeah, it's still not enough though. Close,
right,
but close, but not enough.
Nope.
So that is going to be a win for Brian, I believe. So, yeah, Han Green able to do it against Sabine. That game actually ended up decently kind of close. Yeah. Despite John having a really bad start. You do not want your opening play to be desperately fishing for R2 with a heroic sacrifice.
Yep.
Do you know how many rounds of Swiss they're going to be doing in this event?
7.
Okay. So we will have 2 more rounds of Swiss before we get on to the cut.
Yeah.
Any idea how your man Loopy is doing?
I think he is 4-1.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, he won his game this round, so he's 4-1.
4-1, pretty good. How many people are in this one?
106.
106. Okay. So I think if I know the tournament numbers or whatever, I think if you're at 106, 7-0 makes it, of course. I think all 6 ones make it. And then I think I believe there is one lucky 5-2 who will make it as well. But emphasis on lucky, because there's going to be like 18 of them or something, and it's like the one person with the best tiebreakers out of that whole group.
Yeah, Swiss Triangle says you're exactly right. There's going to be 1-7-0, 6 6-1s, and 18 5-2s. Draws are going to complicate that a little bit.
This is a system that has double losses. There are some people who might drop. Usually if you drop, you're probably from the lower end of the tournament, because a lot of people will drop if they're out of contention for the cut. But you do get those scenarios where it's like, oh, someone's doing unexpectedly well, but they don't actually have time to play the cut. Or, someone has some kind of family emergency, or they have to go help out a friend, or something happens that causes them to leave while they're in contention. And, so there's often a little unclarity, a little uncertainty, even with the Swiss Triangle numbers and so on. So, maybe we'll see 2 or 3 5-2s make it. We'll have to see.
All right. Well, I guess I'll see you back in 16 minutes for round 6.
Sounds good. This is Tower number 9 signing off as we go to the break, and we'll be back soon with more from the Chicago Planetary Qualifier over at Pastimes.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then, nope, a nope, a nope, a nope, definitely nope, a nope, nope, a nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no.
When the moon is high and the world's at rest, we gather together feeling truly blessed. Webcam games late at night, special guests logging in ready for the fight. Strategies clash and friendships boom. In this digital realm there's always room. Webcam battles with our friends inside. In the realm of cards we shine so bright. Late night gaming where our passions burn. In the still of the night it's our turn. Learning from each other inside so fast. Every game we play feels like a master class. Cards on the table, strategies unfold. Tales of victory and legends retold. Open arms and welcoming smiles. Late night gamers going the extra mile. With every game we sharpen our skill. In the quiet hours chasing the thrill. Top tier advice, wisdom in store. Guiding our hands as we strive for more. Late night gaming where our passions burn. In the still of the night it's our turn. Learning from each other inside so fast. Every game we play feels like a master class. Laughter echoes, strategies at play. We find our rhythm in the night we stay. With every match our bonds grow fast. In this late night world each game's a master class. Late night gaming where our passions burn. In the still of the night it's our turn. Learning from each other inside so fast. Every game we play feels like a master class. As dawn approaches we share our last game. In the light of the morning our friendships remain. Late night gaming memories made. In the world of cards our bonds won't fade.
Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me f***ed up. Let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
All right, Tower, if you're there, I think we're gonna be starting round 6 probably pretty soon.
I am here, Rebel Trader. How are you doing?
Good. Nice and refreshed, ready to go. And oh, I just got the ping. We're gonna have the Boba Red player from before, Carlos.
I don't think I caught that one. What did Carlos's earlier game go like?
I think you were
no, yes,
there,
I did.
right?
Yes, I did. I think that was
Yeah.
the first one I was on. The Boba Red Tarkentown.
Yeah. And
Who is Carlos going to be playing against this time?
let's see. It's loading. Looks like he's going to be playing against Brian, our Han player from the round before. So 2 players we've had before. Interesting. I think the Han is going to be favored into this one, but it could go either way.
Yeah, so when I think of that Boba Red Tarkentown deck, I was talking about this earlier in the broadcast, but I do think of it as being a deck that is specialized to try to kill aggro's early play and gain the advantage. And that Han deck isn't really relying on an early play.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we're going to have Boba here at the bottom of the screen and Han up top. Boba Red has been starting to gain in some popularity, but a lot of people are running the 30 HP version instead of Tarkentown. Personally, I do think that Tarkentown adds a fair bit to the approach, if you ask me. At least for those Sabine matchups and so on.
Yeah. Well, I think we had this
But-
conversation a bit earlier, but I think Cad is probably better positioned to take advantage of Tarkentown than Boba, but Boba might just be better in general.
Yeah. I think you're right on that. I think I had mentioned earlier, in order to get the turn 1 Tarkentown and kill someone's early play, Boba needs to hit specifically ISB Agent plus an event, or he needs to hit Daring Raid, one of those two. Cad needs to hit any Underworld card, so it's a lot easier for Cad to get that going than it is for Boba.
Yep.
But, you could potentially be playing Boba's armor. You could potentially be playing Fett's fire spray. There are some nice things that Boba in particular has going for him.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's running armor in this deck. He's on fire spray 100%, but
Interesting.
He's not in armor at all, main or side.
No Boba's armor. Okay. Might be something where he's kind of compensating for upgrade removal becoming more popular. I've played some games where people have had like main deck confiscates and stuff. So if that's prevalent in your area, you might want to avoid things like the armor or the dark saber. I don't know though. I think if I recall correctly, he was himself playing. Do you know if he's playing main deck disabling Fang Fighter, or if it was a sideboard card or what? I'm pretty sure we saw him play a Fang Fighter earlier.
He does. He has 2 in the main and 1 in the side.
Gotcha. Yeah, maybe he's thinking, hey, we're in a world where upgrade removal is becoming the thing. Maybe I don't want to run those upgrades as high impact as they are.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like they are getting those hands together. The round timer has started, and we're about to be off to the races. Here in round 6, the second to last round of Swiss play. There's going to be 7 rounds of Swiss before we move to the top cut.
Let's see if I can figure out who the other undefeateds are. So, for people to... No, it looks like we have, just 2 other undefeateds. And I don't think we've had either of them on stream, so I don't think we know what they're playing.
Well, maybe we'll see one of them next time around. In fact, it seems very likely.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like I think maybe Brian kept his initial hand and Carlos took a mulligan here. Is that what we're saying?
Looks like it.
What is he showing there? What is that? He had some like round object that he was holding in his hand, but I couldn't quite tell what it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Might have been a container of gum or something. All right. Well, looks like he made a quick decision on his first resource and thought a bit more about the second one. And Carlos is going to lead us off with the good old Death Star Stormtrooper 3-1 vanilla. That can be a nice aggressive unit. Ooh, Death Star Stormtrooper and Greedo. Carlos is starting off fast. And Brian starts with a resupply. Resupplying early is good, but I don't know if it's what you most want if your opponent has a very aggressive start like that. I wonder if we're going to see one of those modded cohorts show up. The problem with that is that if a modded cohort does show to kill one of these units, Tarkintown is waiting to clear it for free.
Yep. Carlos is playing with the order of these guys. And the
Death Star Stormtrooper swings on in for 3.
I mean, even like playing the modded cohort here, I think is fine. Because even if you're, just getting Target Town, the target is not going to be used on anything else that matters more. So,
yeah, good move by Carlos to swing with the Stormtrooper first instead of Greedo, because right here, yeah, modded cohort does come out for Greedo, but if Carlos hits this top deck, he doesn't even need to use Target Town, and he does.
Yeah.
Oh, lucky him, but that's Greedo for you. Sometimes you do get that lucky top deck.
And punishing one is going to be very hard for Brian to deal with. I guess he's got a Bright Hope, which answers it kind of okay, but
yeah, the problem with Tarkin Town still unused, punishing one can swing into Bright Hope, and then Carlos can Tarkin Town it. So it does, and then punishing one is still in position for further attacks, but it would use up Tarkin Town, and yeah, Brian's not in the greatest spot here. He could go for the 5-6-7 this turn. But the problem is, if it gets disrupted, he's in huge trouble if he's relying on it. And it looks like he's going to play something else instead. Leia Defiant Princess exhausting the Death Star Stormtrooper. Trying to buy some time, and Leia can potentially trade with the Stormtrooper later on in the game.
Yeah, he can also go, if I'm not sure if he resourced the Bright Hope, but if he kept it, he can go Han into 6, play the Bright Hope, bounce the Leia. It looks like he kept it.
Yeah, good point. That's a pretty sweet play, actually. And then you get that Leia to potentially exhaust Boba next turn or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going for it. Yep, bounce Leia, draw a card. Now you still have that Leia effect, and he can deploy Han and have Han clear that trooper in theory. Though there is a risk that Han will get hit by No Good to Me Dead here, I believe. Is Carlos on No Good to Me Dead?
I believe so.
I certainly would be in this environment, but I don't know. I don't know if that was his call.
Yes, he is. 3 copies.
Nice.
Ooh, Waylay. All right. That's a good answer.
Waylay on Bright Hope. Okay. Gets the resource back. Han on the field. 2 resources. Does he have No Good to Me Dead?
Yeah, he does.
There we go. Yep. Great counter. Really a problematic card for Han, which is, I suppose, fitting thematically, given No Good to Me Dead's theme and art.
Yeah.
But Carlos has to know now that Leia is waiting here. So Leia Defiant Princess in hand for Brian unless he chooses to resource it. Does mean that Boba is not likely to get a chance to swing if Brian chooses to prevent that. And while I do think Carlos has had a strong start, he hasn't pushed that much damage to Brian's base. He's only hit for 6 so far.
Yeah, that's right.
With Han exhausted, we aren't going to see Brian getting to 7 resources this turn unless he ramps. And if he does, he'll have to spend resources on it and won't be able to play a U-wing immediately. So that is something in Carlos's favor.
Yeah. I wonder if he just goes for the Leia Bright Hope play again.
He could do the waylay sets him up to do that. Yeah, just run it back. Let's see what happens. But it's a little awkward because right now he wants Bright Hope out. Yeah, so he's just gonna play Bright Hope, and I think we're gonna see that Tarkin Town. Carlos swings into Bright Hope with his punishing one.
Yeah, I mean that's another thing I was gonna say was. You sort of want the punishing one to attack and then play the Bright Hope after that, even though you're not blocking the damage this turn. It forces you into a situation where now Target Town can clear the Bright Hope and the punishing one is still there. Whereas if that happened next turn while the Bright Hope was still ready, then it could trade with the punishing.
Ooh, TIE Phantom. I do think the other thing though is it's a bit awkward because his ideal Leia target for saving the most damage is Boba.
Yeah.
But Boba isn't deploying that. Oh, okay. Leia readying a resource. Interesting. Does he have something to play for 1?
I don't know. Maybe I probably would have passed there if I don't have anything to play for 1.
Yeah, I think you want Leia to be waiting for Boba ideally, but maybe he's got like an R2 or something that he's gonna play. Tarkin Town clears Bright Hope and Boba readies a resource. Boba now on the field. No, he just claims.
Yeah. Wow.
Huh, okay. Yeah, I do think passing there might have been desirable. Oh, and now a Merc gunship, too. Boy,
Brian's last card. So
Brian looks like he's in trouble here. This space arena is nuts.
Yep.
There's 10 damage on the board in the space arena only.
Yeah. Now let me ask you, would you rather be in this situation or with 3 more damage on your base and Bright Hope out?
Yeah, I mean, I think having Bright Hope, I think having the 3 more damage on your base and Bright Hope out would be desirable. I mean, if in theory he could have even done Leia exhausting, he could have played Leia to exhaust the punishing one, then played Bright Hope, bounced Leia, drawn a card. He didn't end up using Leia on Boba anyway, so he didn't save the 4 damage. Not optimal. What does he even have? Does he have the Marauder? Marauder here to pick off that Phantom would be pretty nice.
Yeah, I think so.
It's kind of interesting. The lurking TIE Phantom has a lot of advantages, but one thing that it's actually quite vulnerable to is ambush units. The Imperial Interceptor can't take it out because of its card text, at least not with the when played ability. But the Auxotech Liberator gunship and the Marauder and other space ambush cards can pick it off actually quite easily, since so much of its power is in raid.
Yep. Gunship goes to base before it can be paid off.
Gunship swinging on in. Pretty reasonable move to swing early with the gunship, as there is the risk of it being stolen, though I don't think that would be enough for Brian in this scenario.
Yeah. So, okay, this is a bit of a rules question. I'm not sure if you know the answer. If Brian plays Marauder, can he put the Han unit in his discard as a resource?
Interesting question. Let's see. I think it would be considered to have the same name, because I think name is only like main name, not subtitle. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, choose a card in your discard pile, put into play as a resource if it shares a name with a unit you control. Yeah, I think that works.
Well, he's not going for that play anyway, going for the Bright Hope instead, which I think makes more sense.
Bright Hope's pretty good here, actually. The first Bright Hope may have gotten cleared by Tarkentown, but the second Bright Hope is potentially going to take out some of those space units.
Yeah.
Brian only has 10 HP left, but the Bright Hope that he's added to the space arena might be what he needs to hold off these enemy ships. Punishing one swings on in.
Tech, interesting.
Tech. Is that a smuggled tech?
Looks like it. Ooh, fire spray.
Fet's fire spray. Fet's fire spray punches through Bright Hope. And now the way is clear for that lurking TIE Phantom to hit the base for 4. I think Brian took the initiative. But once again, even after the second Bright Hope hit the field, he is once again left with a major threat looming in the space arena. A Marauder could ambush and kill Fet's fire spray, but that actually wouldn't be enough because there would still be lethal on the board in space just from that fighter and the gunship, or the Phantom, that is.
Yeah.
If you're Brian, what outs might you have at this point? I don't know. It's not looking good.
The third Bright Hope, maybe, but how does that even do it?
Yeah, well, so if he has the third Bright Hope, Carlos can get through it with fire spray plus 1 unit, but it does clear one of the units at least and puts more damage on fire. Like, it could be worse.
Maybe
I think he was really hoping to get 2 of those small fighters with that last Bright Hope, and the fire spray was not what he wanted to see.
Yeah. It looks
He's
like
playing something big. Luke here, maybe?
I don't think he has enough resources for that. I think he's only on 8.
Oh, yeah. He'd have to hit it off U-Wing. And it wouldn't win him the game anyway. I mean, he would still die in space, I think. Luke can kill the Phantom quite efficiently, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's on 9, though. Hey, now he's on 9, and Boba and Han died. So if he has that Luke, he could kill the fire spray now. But both of these
Yeah.
space units are... Oh, man.
Can he bring? Oh, he can bring back Bright Hope with Home 1. That does
Home,
it. Yeah.
Home 1, and he has an extra resource to bring back the Bright Hope. What a play. Clinging to life at 1 HP on his base. But if Carlos has an answer to Bright Hope, that's it. Oh, daring raid to the base for 2 damage, and that is game. Brian might have stabilized, but not enough.
That was a shutout there. Brian never did any damage to Carlos's base.
I was kind of hoping that Brian was going to come back and win with that Home 1 into the Bright Hope again, but daring raid meant it was not the case. What a finale to that round.
Yeah.
What do you think of daring raid, Rebel Trader? I'm a big daring raid fan personally.
I think it's definitely got its utility. Especially in a deck with Tarkentown, it sets it up nicely.
Yeah, I've been playing some double red Sabine, and Daring Raid is a very cool card there. And the interesting thing is it's such a versatile card. I would say I think I probably play it on the enemy base more than I play it on units, but I play it on units a fair amount of the time. It's definitely not something that's only for bases. The flexibility there is really good. And it's interesting because a lot of the damage cards that we've seen in this game don't have that option for hitting bases. If you've played like Magic the Gathering or some other card games, there are often burn cards that can either go after units or bases or whatever the equivalent is. And in this game, Daring Raid is like that, but most of our other direct damage cards are one or the other. So let's think about the sideboard here. What do you sideboard in if you're Brian to try to improve your odds for round 2?
Brian, I mean, maybe I bring in those Grogus, especially if I'm going first. They're gonna be better.
Yeah, he got aggroed out that time. I think the Grogu's Now here's something. Here's a really spicy question. Do you change your sideboarding based on first or second with Grogu?
I probably do, because I think you're realistically not playing him after turn 1, and he's pretty bad if you play him going. I mean, maybe there's like,
If you have a like yellow red deck, and you're running force throw, I think there's a stronger argument for him later.
yeah,
But for this deck, I don't. I think you really want him on turn 1 almost only.
yeah. I think there's some matchups in which like you might play him later, or might just want him more than another card, even if you're going second. So
I think
yeah, he's definitely worse going second, but maybe I still side him in.
Yeah, I think Scanning Officer is another card that I'm much more positive on going when I'm going first.
Yeah.
Because the Scanning Officer has the potential to ruin your opponent's turn, but if your opponent's already played their card, the impact is a lot less. Also, fun fact, if you have tech in play, Scanning Officer, or if your opponent has tech in play, Scanning Officer automatically hits because all their cards have smuggle.
Yeah, that's true.
Kind of a niche interaction, but funny to have it happen sometimes. All right, let's see what's going on here. Carlos, I think, again, less decisive about his resourcing than Brian, but he got the win first time, so maybe he was making a careful and precisely reviewed decision. Resourcing the right card can be very important in this game.
Yeah.
Ooh, starting off with a bang, that is going to be Kylo's TIE Silencer, a quite strong unit in my opinion.
Yeah. But Brian gets the resupply again. All right.
Okay. Last time Carlos had almost the dream aggro start with 2/3/1s on the first turn, and he was really able to push damage fast. We'll see whether or not he can push enough damage to overwhelm Brian this time. It could possibly go quite differently. You know what card I think might be quite good in this matchup? Actually, the Falcon.
Yeah, this is a very heavy space deck. Falcon's great for dealing with space units.
Imagine if Brian had a turn 1 Falcon there. I guess it would probably get taken out by Tarkentown. But one thing that not everyone realizes is sometimes in that situation, if you're the Tarkentown player, you actually have to pass instead of taking the initiative. Because if your opponent plays the Falcon and kills your space unit after you've taken the initiative, they can then choose to bounce it and dodge Tarkentown.
Yeah. Brian plays the tech out of the resource row. I wonder if we're going to see a DJ come.
Tech DJ combo is at its scariest in a Han deck, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
So for anyone in the audience who is not familiar with the Tech DJ combo, Tech makes it so that all your cards have smuggle for a cost slightly above their normal cost. DJ has the ability to be smuggled in for a significantly more expensive cost and a very strong effect. But if you have Tech in play, you don't have to pay the significantly more expensive cost. You can pay the alternate smuggle cost via Tech, which is a bit above your normal cost. And it then steals one of your opponent's resources. And if they can kill DJ, they get their resource back. But if you have Han, you can potentially use Han's ability to discard the resource that you stole from them before they kill DJ, and then they don't get it back. So it can be a big setback.
It looks like he's not doing that, at least not right now, though. We're just seeing Marauder into
Marauder taking out the lurking TIE Phantom. Last game, I was discussing how the TIE Phantom is vulnerable to ambushes, and we're seeing that in action now.
And the first base damage of the entire match for Carlos.
Yeah, a 2 damage hit from Tech. Tarkentown finishes off Marauder there. And I think we're likely going to see Kylo's tie swinging on into the base.
Yeah.
Yep. A 7th Fleet Defender was played this turn. Carlos did get a resource back from taking out the Marauder, but it looks like he didn't have something to spend it on, or he chose not to use it.
And he's looking at his resources, and there's the DJ.
Tech DJ combo, here we go. DJ from the resource row, thanks to Tech. Normally this would cost 7, but it only costs 5 with this combination. Steals a card. And here's the really pernicious part of this for Carlos. Now he can't deploy Boba this turn.
Yep.
Unless he can kill DJ and get his resource back, he cannot deploy Boba because he's down to 4 resources.
Carlos is on
I don't
Force
think he
Choke.
can do it.
If he has that does it, but I think he'd play it right now if he did. Oh, Han flips. Did Han flip before using his ability?
I think so.
Okay. I mean, that opens the door to, like, No Good to Me Dead, preventing the DJ from...
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Triple Dark Raid. I think Carlos has no answer.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So if Han gets a chance to attack here, which it seems essentially certain that he will at this point, then the combo will be able to discard Carlos's card from Brian's resource row and prevent Carlos from getting it back. Now, it's a big advance for Brian, but I will say the space arena is not looking great for Brian.
Yeah.
And he needs to figure out something to stabilize that. Carlos uses the Triple Dark Raid, which hits Fett's Fire Spray, swings in for 5, and he'll probably be able to push another 3 with Kylo's tie, unless Brian has something to... Oh, but there's the Falcon. Well, the damage will probably still get pushed, but I think that tie is now done for because the Falcon will take it out.
Yeah.
That's right. The timing there was a little unfortunate for Brian, but he had to get the attack off with Han to get the temporary resource to play the Falcon there, I think. And I suppose if he had played the Falcon, Carlos could have then chosen to swing with the silencer before it got a chance to be taken out by the Falcon anyway. There, have your card back. There's your resource. Tech DJ combo lands with Han discarding Carlos's resource.
So Brian looks to have a pretty strong position on this board, but he's taking 17 damage.
Yeah.
And Carlos does have a fire spray in hand.
That's true, but Carlos is only on 5 resources because of that Tech DJ combo.
Yep.
In conjunction with Han's leader ability, killing DJ will no longer get a resource back, so Carlos will probably not be able to play that fire spray this turn. There's some chance that he would be able to like triple dark raid into another fire spray or something, but the one in hand is not active.
All right, Boba flips. I was gonna say, like, what if Brian has another DJ and he does it again?
Oh, that'd be so spicy.
Ooh,
What
disarm.
Is that? Disarm on Boba. We saw the disarm from Brian earlier. Not a commonly played card. Right. -4 power to a target unit, and it does work on leaders. The mighty power 0 power Boba is, I think, going to be beaten up by Han, Tech, and DJ here. Oh, maybe not though. There's a no good to me dead for Han. This is a spicy game.
Yeah.
Now, Brian does have tech, so his entire resource row is live.
Yeah. I was going to say, if he has like an ambush unit, he's going to be able to beat up on this Boba anyway.
He's playing something.
Leia. Okay.
Leia from the resource row smuggled out via tech, and her ability is used to exhaust the defender.
Ooh, punishing one.
Yeah, punishing one. Brian considers his options, ends up going for base with the Falcon. Still has, looks like 3 resources up for Brian. Is that going to be a hot shot? Yes, it is.
Yeah, and that is enough to take down Boba without
DJ
any
pulls out
damage
the
back
hot
from the
shot
disarm.
blaster, and Tech and DJ take out Boba, taking no damage in return thanks to that disarm. Well, the ground arena is now incredibly favorable for Brian, but he still needs to come up with some kind of answer in space, especially because we are likely going to see that fire spray landing this turn. If I'm Brian, I think the card I most want to see here is just Bright Hope. Now, on the other hand, Carlos only has 14 HP left. Brian has 13 HP left. And Brian's board is better, but Han is going to stay exhausted this turn. With Han still exhausted this turn, it looks like Brian has, let's see here. Looks like he only has 12 damage on board, so he is off lethal by 2. But if he has another hotshot blaster, he might have lethal on board.
Or another Falcon.
Yeah, or another Falcon, or... Carlos chooses to go for the base. Now, he could have used either of his space units to defeat the Falcon and stay alive, but I think he's trying to close the game out fast here.
Mm-hmm.
He can get Carlos down to 1 HP, but he's off lethal as well. Or no, I'm sorry, 2 HP. Lots of resources being spent. Home 1.
That's a big one.
That is, yeah, not only is it going to bring another unit into play, but wait, is it home 1 with nothing to bring back from the discard? Does he not have a unit? What's going on here?
He might not. Yeah, I don't think he does. I think all of his units are still on board.
Wacky. However, the home 1 still represents 4 restore this turn only if these units swing, because it does give all your other units restore 1.
Sorry about that. 1 second. All right. All right, you should be able to see what's going on now. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Doesn't seem like a lot has changed, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
2 resources, 4 resources. It's got to be the fire spray, right? It's got to be the fire spray.
Or a Ruthless Raider, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Ruthless Raider might actually be even better because you could take out... Yeah, Ruthless Raider, and that'll let him take out that Falcon. Is he... I guess he's contemplating whether that's the most optimal target. but I'm pretty sure the Falcon's the most optimal target.
I think so, yeah.
The main other target would be Leia. 5 to base from DJ and his hotshot deal 44. And that should be a heal of 1 from Brian's base as well.
Yep.
Yeah, if Brian gets to swing with both of his remaining units this turn, he'll put Carlos on 5 HP, heal 2 HP of his own, and Carlos will have to deal with that DJ first action or win first action.
Yeah.
Although actually the home 1 itself swings for 7. Yeah, so Brian just needs to swing with 1. I think Brian's in a good spot this game, but we'll have to see how it goes. And if he has a surprise strike, he can just claim. He does just claim. Are we going to see a surprise strike for home 1, close the game?
Oh. Maybe. Maybe he's also just thinking that if Carlos has surprise strike, then he has lethal.
Okay, so he just goes for the base. Home 1 hits the base hard. So home 1 hitting for 7. It also does restore 2. And then we're going to see any of these ground units attack. Now, what if Carlos has the spicy outmaneuver, exhaust the ground arena?
That would be crazy.
Could be huge. I don't even know if it's in his deck list, but this would be just the situation where you want it.
It is not in his list.
Alas.
All right, and we'll have a game 3.
Yeah, it looked like Carlos was showing a surprise strike, but surprise strike is off by 1.
Yep.
So he did not have lethal. The home 1 attack healed Brian just out of range and got him the win.
And that's why I had to claim there if you were Brian.
What a spicy situation where you play home 1 with no unit to bring back from the discard.
Yeah.
Okay, here's another question. Did he actually have to claim? If he swung with his 2 ground units, he heals 2, right? Because of home 1?
I think you're right. Yeah. You would heal 2, yeah.
Yeah.
So then... Yeah, I guess he would be out of range of surprise strike.
If Carlos had a out of aspect heroic sacrifice for his ruthless raider, that would have been incredible, because then you get the +2 hit for 6, and then you defeat yourself and do 2 more. It may sound goofy, but heroic sacrifice on K2SO has won many a game for Sabine. All right, game 3. If you're Brian and you sided in the Grogu's, you side him out now? That's what you're thinking?
Maybe. I don't know. I probably wouldn't put Grogu's in my sideboard, but
yeah, I'm not it's one of those things.
He definitely knows the theory better than I do if he's doing it here.
Or he thinks Grogu is just just too adorable to leave out of the deck. Brian versus Carlos, round 6 of these planetary qualifier here at Pastimes. They're playing to see. And are these players both undefeated? Is that correct, Rebel Trader?
Yes, these are both.
All right, so
5-0.
whoever wins this is basically locked. Whoever wins this will make the top cut more or less for sure, unless they, drop or get DQ'd or, the power goes out or whatever. And I believe the loser of this game will make it if they win their next one, and if not, they'll be at the vagaries of the tiebreakers.
Yeah. Some other games are starting to get reported. Loopy and Randomanda both won. Randomanda was the Kira player we had on round 2, who I know from the Destiny days.
Cool. Looks like I'm getting a little deja vu here, because Carlos goes for Kylo's TIE Silencer and Brian plays Resupply. Didn't we just see this last game?
Yep. That was precisely the opening.
Carlos swings on in for 3. Now let's see if Brian smuggles out tech, then we're truly living in the past. But no, it's going to be Bright Hope this time.
That's a great answer here, though.
ISB agent shows a daring raid, 1 damage to Bright Hope.
Daring raid plus Tarkin
Daring
Town
raid
actually kills.
on Bright
yeah.
Hope, Tarkin Town.
I think you're fine with that, though. You're getting Carlos to burn a lot of cards / other resources to do that. So
It's not a card efficient play, but it does clear the way in space.
Yeah.
Now, if he had another like 2-cost 3/2 in space, like he has a Merc gunship or something, that would be really spicy to play with the resource he got back from Boba, but it looks like he doesn't. Oh, Marauder shows up and takes down Kylo's TIE Silencer. The way is not clear in space. ISB agent pokes the base for 1. Temp resource going to bring out Han this turn.
Yeah, looks like it.
All 4 resources for Carlos unspent. Let's see what he does here. Avastator, what up? I see in chat there. Carlos spends 1 resource, another ISB agent. No event to show this time, just throwing another unit on the board. That doesn't look good for Carlos to me. Han going for the base here. I think Brian has decided he's the aggro now, with only these ISB agents on the field for Carlos against Marauder and Han. Brian is pushing damage directly to the base.
Yeah. No real point in killing these ISB agents.
Not the scariest unit at this point. In fact, I'm kind of surprised Carlos still has them in his deck. I might have sided them out. I don't know exactly what his sideboard looks like, but on the other hand, they did set up that cool kill on Bright Hope earlier.
Yeah.
Carlos swings an ISB agent into base for 1. Looks like another swing to the base from Brian. Han pushing 4 more damage and creating a temp resource. Back up to 7 resources now.
Let's see if he's got that U-Wing or the Han to follow up.
Boba on the field.
Boba?
Marauder swings for base. No immediate answer on that Boba. Only 13 HP left for Carlos, while Brian has 25.
Ooh, surprise strike.
Surprise
Looks like that's going to
strike.
base.
Wow.
I was thinking he might kill Han with that, but decides against it.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It seems like the players are just racing, and it surprises me because Carlos is far behind in that race.
Yeah. I mean,
if I'm Carlos, I think I have to be the control here.
All right, tech coming out.
We see the Falcon and a smuggled tech. Carlos only has 10 HP left.
Yeah. And 13 damage on board for Brian.
I think we're gonna see Han Solo take this match down. It's not over yet, but if I were Carlos, I think I can't afford to be racing here. I think I have to try and get control of this board somehow.
Yeah. Ruthless Raider. I mean, that'll help.
Yeah. Raiders taking out the Marauder and 2 damage to base. That's not bad at all, but if there's Han has almost lethal on board here. He needs
he's one
if
more.
he has like a hot shot for that tech, he could win the game this turn.
Yeah. He's looking at his resources. And just gonna disarm Boba.
Disarm Boba. That disarm, that's I've said it before. It's not a commonly played card, but Brian seems to like it, and Brian seems to be getting wins. So maybe the community has been overlooking disarm.
Yeah.
There's the hot shot.
Yeah.
I was originally thinking hot shot on tech, but the disarm means, is that a scoop?
It looks like it because that was going to be lethal.
Yeah, lethal on board, and with Boba disarmed, he can't deal with tech. Brian gets the win.
Wow. Well
played to Brian. That early game did not look good, but he did it. The tech DJ combo game 2, and then game 3, he was able to kind of become the aggro. And I think Carlos kept trying to race too long and was unable to get the win. Very interesting match. I'm kind of rooting for this Brian guy, man. I think he's got a cool build here. I hope we see him. I kind of hope we see him win this thing.
Yeah. He's 6-0, so he's almost certainly going to be in the top cut.
The true dream scenario for me would be if we see a super rogue deck. Like something like, someone wins with like Jabba, or someone wins with like, something that's just not on people's radar. But I don't know, this Han Green with disarm and stuff, that's got some innovation to it. That's got some spice to it.
Yeah.
All right, that was round 6. There's going to be one more round of Swiss, and then we're going to get to the top cut of the Chicago Planetary Qualifier at Pastimes. And Brian here, our Han Green player, has, I believe, made the cut regardless of the outcome of his next game. Carlos will make the cut for sure if he wins his next one, and might make it even if he loses his next one. All of this, of course, assumes that the players don't drop or get DQ'd, that the event keeps running, etc.
Yeah. Let's see.
That was a longer match, but still finished with time to spare.
All right. How much time do we have left? We got 7 minutes.
7 minutes left in the round.
All right. I was gonna take a little bit of a break before we get to round 7, just so I can.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I'll go grab a drink, and we'll catch you guys with round 7, the final round of Swiss play here at Pastimes Comics and Games.
Yeah. Thanks so much for joining me, Tower. I'll see you in 7 for round 7.
Sounds good. See you soon.
Beware the Jabberwock, my son. The jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jubjub bird, and shun the fruminous bundersnatch. Welcome back, everyone. Tower, you there? We got round 7 starting soon. And it is Brian, our Han player, versus a Boba Green player. Let me just get all of that set up. All right. So we've got Brian here on the bottom playing Han. Let me get that updated. And I think Jason at the top playing Boba. Yep, Jason. These are both 6-0. Winner is the number 1 seed. There are no other undefeateds besides these two. This is our last round of Swiss. So both these players should be making the top cut, but only one of them is going to walk away undefeated. All right, so Tower, it looks like it's not back yet, but...
Oh, here I am. Sorry about that.
Okay, we're just getting started with round 7. I sent you the list of the Boba player,
All right.
Jason, and then Brian is still here.
Our Han Solo hero, Brian. Let's see here. So this is going to be a Boba Green 30 HP. This was the most successful leader in base composition of the PQs last weekend, and we're about to see how it does this weekend as well.
It's done so well so far, it looks like, but hasn't been on stream at all. This is our first Boba Green on stream, I think.
Looking at his build, it's a little different than the one that I had profiled earlier, which was Anil's build from the Texas event. It looks like he's not running Reinforcement Walker. He is playing Commission. He has neither No Good to Me Dead nor Waylay, which is very interesting to me. And he is running Enticing Reward.
I mean, Enticing Reward is just a good card.
Yeah, it's a good card. His sideboard is also quite different. He has some Confiscate in sideboard. He has some... he's on 3 Cloud Riders and no Cartel Spacers. And it looks like his sideboard is also later on the big stuff. He has 1 Palp Return, 1 Shoe Sides, 1 Devastator. And he has some Syndicate Lackeys and Bounty Hunter crews in there.
Yeah.
I wonder what
So
he's playing the bounty hunter crew for. What does he want to recur?
now I said enticing rune was good, but looking at his list, he doesn't have a ton of targets for it. So maybe he's just really trying hard to pull armor with it. I guess it is possibly 6 copies of Boba's armor, which is not bad. I guess there's a lot of time you just have one resource to play something, so.
All right, let's see what's going on here. He is also on 3 Greedos, 3 Salacious Crumbs. So to me, I'm not a big fan of cutting No Good to Me Dead. No Good to Me Dead seems pretty important. Like, and I don't know. I mean, right here we might see a situation where it is important because No Good to Me Dead can be an important tool for shutting down that 5-6-7 combo from Han.
Yeah, I think in this matchup it's great. I think there are some matchups where it's not as important, like against control decks, you really don't want it.
Yeah.
But
oh yeah, and
this
that's
one you
interesting. He also
definitely do.
doesn't have the Hotshot Blaster. And he doesn't have Surprise Strike either, so he doesn't have as much like surprise damage. Aside from those ambushes, he does have 3 Cloud Riders though.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks to me like it's more geared towards Sabines than anything else.
I do like No Good to Me Dead against Sabine. But it's not that the main situation where I like it is if they have Darksaber, and it might be that his plan for that is to just hit the confiscates.
All right, there's good old Salacious C.
Salacious Crumb on the board.
This card is, I think, basically just a McClunky target, and that's why it's in there.
Yeah, it can be annoying against so some of the like non-Sabine aggro decks run 1 HP units, which it's good against. So like a Greedo or a Death Star Stormtrooper, and it does also provide some healing and just general annoyance. But yeah, McClunky is a big reason for it, I think, in this build.
And Brian just played this Echo Base Defender, which is a perfect target for McClunky if Jason has it.
Yeah. Yeah, doing a McClunky with that Salacious Crumb into Echo Base Defender would be excellent for Jason. I am not a big fan of Echo Base Defender. I recognize why you would play it, especially in a Ewing reinforcement deck. But man, the fact that 3-5 is a pretty common stat line now makes a 4-3 a lot worse.
And no McClunky, it looks like.
Yeah, just a ping. Now he will be able to replay it and heal. But he takes 4 from the Echo Base Defender, so I guess to at least some degree that Defender's doing its job. It's kind of funny that it's a Defender when it has an actually quite offensive, aggressive stat line.
Yeah. And Brian gets the resupply here, but Jason also gets his ramp.
Yeah. Both players probably ramping here. I think Super Laser Tech very likely trading with that Echo Base Defender first action next turn. Brian hits the resupply. So both players are gonna be a little fast. Salacious Crumb there, this wasn't the ideal situation for him, but softening that Echo Base Defender up with 1 damage puts the Super Laser Tech in a great spot.
Yep. Brian's in a position to go for the 5-6-7 play, as you've been calling it.
Yep. He could do it with no Hotshot Blaster, no Surprise Strike, and no Good to Me Dead. It's going to be tough to stop, but Boba could still deploy first and take out Han with an overwhelming barrage. There's the trade. Super Laser Tech turning into a resource.
Spark of Hope. All right.
Ooh, okay.
So
Spark of
not going
Hope
for
puts him at
7.
6 with. Yeah, he doesn't have to make the temp resource to deploy Han with that Spark of Hope.
Yep.
Boba on the field. Now, deploying Han into this is a little risky because he could get hit by that barrage. He goes for it anyway. No
It's not
barrage,
barrage,
but there's
but...
Boba's armor.
Ooh, comfy to meet it.
Immediate confiscate. Brian on the main deck confiscates. That is not what you want to see when you go for Boba's armor, but at least it only costs 2. Harsher for Sabine if you play a Darksaber and get confiscated.
And it looks like
Well,
they're just going to trade with each other.
yeah, Jason swung Boba into Han, and Brian says, yeah, I'll take that trade, and swings Han back into Boba. Makes a temp resource. Not sure he'll have anything that he can play with it, but he does make one. Now, why did Jason... he readied his resources because the Echo base defender had been defeated. That's right.
Yep.
So I think it's Jason's play now. He has all his resources.
Yeah.
But the board is totally empty. Brian has 3 resources.
This is one thing that I've found in testing with this Boba deck is that it often doesn't have a lot of good things to play proactively. Like you can play when you're ambush units here, but it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I
Right,
mean, the best
Bazine.
would be probably like, he's not on Zuckuss, which would be pretty solid here. So, okay, Bazine. What did he see there? That was like a Bright Hope or something?
Yeah, it's Bright Hope.
He probably just lets him keep it. Yeah, it
Yep.
looks like that's what he does. You don't want to risk him drying into like a Falcon or something substantially better.
Yep. Or just even something that could be played here.
Yeah. That's one of the things about Bazine that I think might require some more experience. You don't actually want to use Bazine's ability every time. If you see their hand and they don't have good cards, you don't want to risk them top decking a good card. So you just don't use the ability. But
Yeah.
sometimes I think people are like, oh, well, this card's kind of good, and they remove it, and they end up actually strengthening their opponent's hand.
I have modded cohort coming down. Deals with the Bazine, but the Bazine's not that important anyway. Bosk trades back. There's always a bigger ambush unit. And I guess we're just going into a new round. 7, Ewing reinforcement finally gets it.
Here we go. The big one.
And how many resources is Jason on? Is he on 7 yet? Or is he still on 6? Looks like he's still on 6.
It's kind of hard to tell, but I think it's 6 or 7, yeah.
Ooh, there's the Luke.
Oh, Luke. The spicy out of aspect Luke to fetch with Ewing reinforcements. This could be a problem for Jason. He doesn't really have anything that answers Luke all that cleanly. I guess he can trade Maul for Luke. That's like a direct trade at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't. So Waylay would actually be excellent against this Luke because it would cost Brian 9 to replay him. But Jason actually doesn't have Waylay in main deck or sideboard. He
Ooh,
brings
Vader.
out Vader.
All right.
So Vader can ambush into Luke here, and that's like at least kind of okay. A lot depends on what the other unit that he gets from Vader is.
I don't know if he has anything that there's no way he's running Death Troopers, right? There's no way he can kill the Luke
that'd be
off
wild.
of
But
this.
but he could get like Boba Disintegrator and then be like in a relatively good spot because like if Luke and Vader end up trading,
Yeah.
it favors him. Yeah, so he gets a 7th Fleet Defender. So here's so do you resolve this ambush? I think you probably do.
I do, yeah.
Because he's behind on HP, and after the ambush resolves, Luke is considerably better than Vader thanks to the restore. So I think you do want to push towards those units trading.
Yep. And he does it.
And he does. And he does.
It puts him in range of a McClunky also.
Good point. Yeah. He doesn't have an underworld unit now, but he could bring out that Salacious Crumb again, heal up a bit, and set up a McClunky. That could be nasty.
And another Ewing.
What have we here? What will he find in those top 10 cards?
Another Han would be big, or I guess the first Han, the Han unit. If he doesn't have that, maybe like a Bright Hope to challenge the 7th Fleet. I mean, that's not bad. The Defender protects the Luke here.
Yeah, Defender. So Defender covers Luke against Vader, and then the Falcon just allows some extra pressure in space. Yeah, if I'm Brian, I'm probably trying to push damage at this point. A Maul could take out the Defender. Oh, it's gonna be a Bosk to take out the Defender. Well, that works too,
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have any resources up, but if he did, he maybe could play an event that would kill Luke with the Bosk trigger.
Luke
looks like
Luke trades with Vader.
Interesting.
Yeah, Luke trades with Vader. Boba's ability used to ready a resource.
Oh, he does have resources ready. Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. His hand is off. Yeah, his hand is off camera.
I think I saw McClunky in his hand, and that could take out this Falcon.
Yeah, McClunky Bosk does get Bosk's ability as well as the McClunky. So that could kill this Falcon, and I think it would actually be a pretty solid play.
All right, goes and does Bazine instead. I don't think you discard that.
Falcon swings into the Defender. This does mean the Falcon is now dead if Jason plays any event.
Yeah. Maybe he was waiting to like McClunky the Bazine. He's gonna do that like next round.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, he could reuse Bazine then on a later turn. Is it Bazine or Bazine?
I don't know. I don't think
I
she's
don't
ever
think this
named
character's
in the
name is
movies.
ever actually spoken in the film. 3 to base. Jason. I think Jason sees that he has an advantage here, and he starts pushing damage to base. So Brian could bounce his Falcon here for the heal. And he does choose to do so. What do we got here? It looks like 5 resources.
There's that
Marauder shows up, takes down the 7th Fleet Defender, but it is now in position to be removed by Bosk if any event is played by Jason. Bosk swings in for 4. What Brian might really want to see here is Han Solo to take out Bosk.
Ooh, modded cohort.
Modded cohort takes out Bazine.
Bazine was the McClunky target, presumably. Although
McClunky on Bosk here is a double kill, though.
Yeah, McClunky is fine here. Oh, Vader.
Jason brings out another Vader.
This is still game 1, right?
Yeah, this is game 1. This has been a long game 1. In fact, this is crazy. Both of these players have more than 20 HP left on their base. And we're like 20 minutes into the round or more. We might see a double loss here, guys. This one might be going to time. Of course, either player could concede. And of course, I think they've both made the cut regardless of the outcome of this match. But this is interesting. Okay, here's a goofy question. Do you sideboard wrong on purpose or play wrong on purpose in this scenario?
What do you mean?
Well, so they both already made the cut, right?
Oh. Probably not wrong. I might do something experimental.
Yeah, okay. So it looks like Brian does get the 2-for-1 with McClunky, and it's even better because he sets up an enticing reward on the Marauder first. Also, to clarify, the reason that I was wondering whether you would do something wrong on purpose would be to lull your opponent into a false sense of security or make them not understand what your build was going for or similar. Darth Panda in chat says, hello, Tower. We meet yet again in another PQ. Happy to see you commentating again. Yeah, good to see you in the chat. Dante points out that Commission pulls Fire Spray because it's a transport, and Commission also fires off Bosk if you have Bosk in play. So there's some stuff there. Avastator asks if there's any way to see deck list. Is there a deck list link that the players can view, or is that internal?
Nope.
No deck list at this point. Sorry.
The TO shares them with me, and I share them with Tower.
Okay. Brian in trouble now. I think there's a serious argument that at this point you should consider scooping for time, unless you have like very strong plays in hand.
It's certainly possible.
I mean, he's not losing that hard, but the board is quite unfavorable.
Yeah, he's been through a lot. He's been through, I think, 2 Ewing reinforcements. I think he might still have all 3 of his Hans left, and at least one of his Lukes.
I guess here's the thing though. If he has one of those Lukes, he can actually just like hard cast it at this point. He has the resources for it. Instant kill the defender through its shield, and then disarm on Vader.
There's the tech of the weekend.
Yeah, Brian's signature card here, the spicy disarm. Vader down to 1 power for this turn.
I wonder what he's trying to set up there. Fire
Jason
spray.
brings out a fire spray. This is looking bad for Brian, but what do we got? Here's something that would be spicy. What if he sends in 2 modded cohorts into Vader?
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things I was thinking of, but I don't know does he have 2 modded cohorts left?
I don't know. He's got a tech.
One of them.
I don't know. Tech is a good card, but Tech doesn't have that much immediate impact. On the other hand, he has a giant resource row, so he presumably has many cards he can now send in. But he's going to be eating a lot of damage this turn. Even with that disarm, he's still staring down 9 damage on the board. What?
Did Jason just claim
initiative?
I don't know why he did that.
Here?
Maybe he's intentionally playing wrong.
What? Yeah. Yeah, maybe he's going for my stratagem there, lulling his opponent to a false sense of security. What is that? Is that DJ?
It looks like it, yeah. He's gonna steal a resource.
Steals a resource with DJ. A bit late in the game for the Tech DJ combo. It's best when you're like canceling your opponent's leader flip. But he still is going to get to deramp his opponent here, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, he makes a temporary resource and uses it to smuggle out a hot shot blaster onto Tech, who's exhausted, so the attack doesn't go off. But he does at least develop that sum. Oh, that is spicy. Yeah, the resource that he stole was Bazine. And now Bazine is defeated by Han's ability, so Jason isn't getting the resource back and lost a strong smuggle option. Why didn't Jason attack? That is wild. Am I missing something? He gave up 9 damage on the board that like Brian had no recourse against. Chat, do you guys have any idea what this guy was thinking? I'm honestly baffled by that. Oh man, Vader takes out Tech, but that means that Luke can hit the field, played for 9, and Luke takes down Fett's fire spray with the -6/-6.
Wow.
Brian might be making the comeback here. I was saying earlier that he should consider scooping for time, but now it looks like he's winning. Jason still hasn't spent his resources, though, this turn. Let's see what he has in store. Avastator suggests Jason might be playing for Devastator, but I don't think he main decks it.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
I do think he has one in the side, but I don't think he has one in the main board. This is still game 1, guys. This is crazy.
These mid-range versus mid-range matchups can go on forever. Playing control mirrors is tough. Try playing mid-range mirrors.
Yeah, control mirrors, at least one of you ends up milling out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Avastator suggests I don't see any other reason for skipping turn. Also, that was the reason Han stole resource. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do have the deck list, but that's fair. You guys don't, and he does not have it. But the deck lists aren't public, and so Brian might not have known that. Brian might have thought, oh man, he's going for Devastator, even though he wasn't. Bosk here. So DJ traded for Vader. Bosk being played with no ambush because he would just die to Luke, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Ryan W in chat suggests that he skipped so that he could have the first swing at tech and stop any smuggle. It's possible. I'm not sure that's worth 9 damage though.
Yeah. Another enticing reward. All right.
Enticing reward. Who is it on there? He doesn't play it on Luke.
I think is that Leia?
I think it was a Leia Defiant Princess exhausting the 7th Fleet Defender. Yeah, and then he plays the Defiant the enticing reward. George suggests only thing I can think of is Jason really respects Tech. Yeah, that might be it. Tech is a very, very strong card. So it might well be that he's like, oh man, what if he can Tech U-Wing or something next turn? I have to stop Tech before he gets his big play. And even though he would still have some time with Tech, because some of his resources were already expended, he wouldn't be able to do like a huge play with Tech. So maybe that's what Jason was thinking. That's a good suggestion. Boba's armor on what? Oh, okay. So he played the commission, pulled Boba's armor,
and
Bosk's
killed
ability
Leia
kills
with the Bosk,
Leia.
Yeah. Now he's triggering.
And then
the
he
enticing
fires off
reward.
his enticing reward. And because Leia's unique, he is going to get to keep both cards.
Yeah. He's just playing a bunch of cards to go grab other cards that get more cards.
We've now used more than half of the match time on this one round. And it's still not over, and it's still not even that close to over. Both players have more than 20 HP on their base.
Yeah.
Did he just get another Boba's armor off the enticing reward?
I think he did.
Well, we might see Bosk wearing Boba's armor soon. Yeah, there we go. Bosk dons
right.
Boba's armor. I'm not sure that would fit, man. I don't know. But, we'll see how it does for him. It does mean Bosk is now out of range of Luke. The damage reduction on Boba's armor doesn't work for Bosk, but it does just put him up to 7 HP. And maybe more importantly, it puts him out of reach of Han. A Han Solo reluctant hero is now no longer able to ambush and kill Bosk. Oh, but Luke with a hotshot blaster is able to take out Bosk.
And now both players have more than 25 health remaining.
Pasquale in chat says they def have a gentleman's agreement to not hit base unless the board is clear. There is no way this is happening. LOL. I don't know. I think Rebel Trader had it right earlier. I think these players are, playing mid-range, fighting for board control, trying to get the most value, and that happens to have led to this crazy scenario. Fet's fire spray for Jason answered by a Sundari Peacekeeper for Brian.
Yeah,
Another
Jason's
7th Fleet
going to
Defender
space.
hits the board. Brian is trying to separate his resources into piles and stuff here, but it's complicated because he has so many resources. He's got like 12 resources in there.
Yeah. What's your personal record for resources?
Ooh, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've had like 14 or 15, but I could be wrong.
I think I've gone up to 16 before. I think that's my record.
Jay Tatum says this is longer than a hard control mirror. At least there the milling is sped up.
Yep.
It's been crazy. Avastator points out, but the game is epic. Yeah, it's an intense one. Luke swinging on in. Luke swings in for 8 and heals 3. And now, and if that Sundari Peacekeeper isn't answered, that's going to be another 3 and heal 2. The restore on these units is very useful in a race situation like this, and it looks like it might be turning into a ground versus space race.
I don't think we've seen any copies of Maul out of Jason, and that could be very important here.
Yeah, he has 3 in the build, right? A Maul on Sundari Peacekeeper here could be nice.
Looks like
Ooh,
he's
he
gonna
fires
fire spray
off
the top
its
10, yeah.
fire spray exhaust. That ability is almost never used, but here he spends those 2 resources to exhaust the Sundari Peacekeeper, only for Brian to play Leia Organa Defiant Princess and exhaust Fett's fire spray in return.
I hope to see Endless Legions at least once in a competitive tournament. Yeah, I mean, this is the game for it.
Oh man, okay, I'm almost positive these guys are not playing Endless Legions, but how hype would that be?
Yeah.
Oh man, Brian brings out another tech. It is a smuggled tech, I believe. But an overwhelming barrage on Fett's fire spray kills tech immediately and kills Luke.
Yeah, that's big.
Looks like there is a point of damage left over for Leia as well.
And Jason taking the lead now with that.
Yeah, he's got a stronger board
Defender.
too. Brian's got to hit some gas here. And yes, Darth Panda, this is game 1. They are 35 minutes into game 1, and one player has 18 life remaining, the other has 15. But we are getting closer to an end here. Jason's gaining an advantage, I feel.
Smuggled commission. All right.
Then again, I was saying Jason had enough of an advantage that Brian should consider scooping for time, and that was like 5 turns ago or something, and we've had some ups and downs since.
All right, commission grabs a Bosk. Bosk is pretty good here.
Yeah, Boss can swing in. You know, he can hit the Sundari Peacekeeper pretty hard and then kill it with an event or something. Yes, we have not seen any home ones yet. We have not seen any home ones. We've not seen any Mauls. We have not seen any Han Reluctant Heroes. In terms of like big name plays that have yet to hit the field. And I think we've only seen the one overwhelming barrage.
Might be right.
All right, they're readying up. Brian swings in with initiative using the Sundari Peacekeeper to hit for 3 and heal 2.
He healed 3 there. He shouldn't.
Oh, did he? Yeah, he was at 15. That is an error.
Yeah.
Is there a judge or something we can contact? I don't really know if you have a connection to the TO or whatever.
I do, yeah.
Oh, Maul finally shows up. I don't think it's going to matter, honestly. Maul finally shows up, takes out Leia, and hits base for 6, I believe.
Yeah, that would be 6.
Yeah, because Leia was damaged from that barrage, so Brian should now be on 18 damage taken, and
Should
he's
be at 19.
poised to take 11. Yeah, actually, that actually matters because that's the difference between lethal on board and not lethal on board. Oh, but there's a bright hope, so maybe it doesn't matter. Bright hope on the field. Bounces the Sundari Peacekeeper to draw a card. Seventh Fleet Defender swings into Bright Hope. What is
I'm
that?
on a cohort, answers the
Modded
Maul.
cohort trades with Maul. Okay. I can only imagine the other defender is going to take out this. Imagine if he just immediately plays another Bright Hope after this. How funny would that be?
Yeah.
Nope, it's just going to be the Sundari Peacekeeper replay. Five to base. I don't know. He doesn't have a lot of resources.
Ooh,
Another
Peacekeeper.
Sundari Peacekeeper. If Brian can hang on for one more minute, he will have successfully played a 40-minute game of Star Wars Unlimited, even though it's looking grim for Brian at this point. Bosk hits a Peacekeeper, doesn't kill it. If there's an event, though, that could be used to trigger Bosk's ability and finish off the wounded Peacekeeper.
This Peacekeeper's under fire. And yeah, there's McClunky.
McClunky for the double kill. And I think he has the resources now to replay Bosk and kill the other Peacekeeper as well.
Not quite a double kill. He's
Oh
just
yeah,
gonna do
no, that's
3
true.
and-
That's true.
yeah.
It's not a double kill. The damage on both units, but that one's still alive, at least until Bosk hits the field again.
They're telling me that the judge was informed about the extra restore.
Okay. That's
If
good to
they're
know.
Stopping. That's probably what they're doing right now.
They have successfully played a 40-minute game of Star Wars Unlimited. Okay, now if you're Brian, I think you really, really should scoop for time.
Yeah.
Like really, truly for real. I don't know though. I mean, so here's an argument. What happens if you hit, what happens if you hit home 1 and you bring back Bright Hope? All of a sudden that space stuff is stalled for at least some time, and you have the ability to get more restore, and I don't know though. I do think we're gonna see Bosk being replayed, and I think we're gonna see Bosk kill the Sundari Peacekeeper, and then Jason will have the ground as well as space. But he doesn't do it. Maybe he doesn't have enough resources. It's hard to tell because of his sleeve colors how many resources he actually has. But I guess he didn't have enough to replay Bosk, or he would have done so. I think it is extraordinarily unlikely that they will finish 3 games in this match.
Yeah.
Sundari Peacekeeper in for 3 and 2 healed from Brian's base, but it is not going to be... Can't really keep pace with this space arena. 5 damage to Brian from Fett's Fire Spray. Gotta go for that home 1 into Bright Hope. I honestly think that's his main shot here. Someone in chat says home 1 returns 3 or less. It actually doesn't. Home 1 discounts the unit by 3, which is not the same as 3 or less. Wow, he does home 1 into Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight. Home 1 into Luke, and it kills one of the defenders.
All right. Well, with the extra damage that they missed from the restore, this should be lethal right now.
And that would bring this game to an end, which I would appreciate seeing because I don't like seeing matches go to time. Although I guess at this point, someone in chat says, easy, take initiative, win the game. Yeah, you can just take initiative here and win with Fet's Fire Spray, right? Like,
Yeah, regardless of the extra damage.
how many resources are these guys on? Brian has 14, 15?
I'm counting 13 for Jason, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15 for Brian, yeah.
Okay, I don't even know what happened there. Luke died? No, he took back the Luke play.
Oh, I think they're fixing the
Oh, okay, yeah. They
The
fixed the
Sundari
life
and they're going
totals,
back.
and then because the life total is different, Brian takes back the Luke play and plays Bright Hope instead, which actually is a better play anyway.
Yeah.
Because the Luke play, as was pointed out in chat, loses to Jason just taking the initiative and swinging with Fet's Fire Spray, whereas Bright Hope shields that. Bosk kills the Sundari Peacekeeper, taking 1 damage. Tech from the discard pile. Or, I'm sorry, tech from the resource row. Wait, surely you just take initiative now, though, and win with Bosk?
Yep.
They're too far into the Matrix or whatever. They're taking, like, all these plays that are, not necessary to... Sometimes I think they're... I don't know. I think they might be in mid-range value town mode instead of just trying to close the game.
Maybe
Yeah, Jason
like,
plays Boba Disintegrator, and Brian takes the initiative.
maybe Brian has like Echo Base Defender plus another card, and he can play that.
What if this game doesn't finish? It's actually possible. If it's actually possible that this game itself will not finish in the time
It's
limit.
possible.
I don't think it's
Although
likely.
That looks unlikely at this point.
Panda, I think what's going to happen here is whoever wins this game wins the match, because I think and yeah, as someone else points out, they don't care. They're both top 8, so this
Yeah.
could just be a friendly game, or it could be them, as we were discussing earlier, playing wrong on purpose to try and lull the opponent into a false sense of security or whatever. Jason is developing a huge ground board. He plays a Cloud Rider and does an ambush and then puts Boba's armor on Bosk. He then trades both his defenders for the Bright Hope.
All right. Jason is now presenting lethal 4 ways, 2 of which are good through Bright Hope Restore.
It's got to be over, right?
It's gotta be.
Like Brian can swing here with home 1, kill Fet's Fire Spray, and heal. But
Brian
he still
spends
dies
12
to the armored
resources,
Bosk.
plays Super Laser Blast.
What is happening?
Oh, he does have attack.
This is one of the craziest games that I've ever seen. U-wing reinforcement.
Okay, that does
U-wing
give him a hope.
reinforcement from the resource pile via tech.
If he gets...
Wow, he's running out of cards in his deck. He's picked up his entire deck from this U-wing reinforcement.
And he's just gonna scoop it, looks
and
like.
he
Wow.
scoops.
And Jason gets that 48.
I don't
minute
know
game.
what to say, guys. That was a crazy game. Did he think that he died to fatigue damage? U-wing reinforcement doesn't actually deal fatigue damage, right?
No, it doesn't. He must have just looked at it and seen.
Maybe,
Oh,
yeah,
I
maybe
don't
he
have
just
anything
saw his
left.
cards and was like, "Nothing here saves me. I'm done."
All right. They said they added 2 minutes onto the timer. So
Because of the judge call from earlier. Okay.
yeah. I'm just gonna pause the timer for 2 minutes. because that's
that was quite the game. But Jason, after a marathon of a game, ends up taking it. I think that was about a 49 or 48 minute game of Star Wars Unlimited. So almost the entire round time used in that intense mid-range versus mid-range battle. Both players fighting for board control. And, maybe they can absolutely reverse pace and play a blisteringly fast game 2. But I don't know, even if they do, what's the outcome? Like, if Brian wins, then it's probably a double loss. And I guess if Jason can win really fast, at least he wins the match for real. But like, I think the most likely outcome is that Jason wins this on time.
It looks. I've been told that Brian just conceded, so he's not even going to play game 2.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, so the odds of him winning in 7 minutes with that deck are very low, and he doesn't need it. He already made the cut. So Brian scoops not just game 1, but game 2 as well. Jason is going to be our Swiss undefeated player. Congratulations to Jason. And we will have the top cut when the time comes. Do you know if they're going to do a break between Swiss and top cut?
I don't know, but I would assume so.
Jason leaning in and waving to the camera there. And showing off his hat. I'm not sure what that logo on the hat was, but he wanted to show it to the viewers at home. Man, we saw all kinds of crazy stuff that game. We saw a tech DJ combo like several turns after leader deployments. We saw just all kinds of stuff. Maybe Brian should have scooped for time after all when I first said it at like minute 25 of this game or something.
Yeah.
He would get a chance to have a real one afterwards. I don't know. Well, that was the last round of Swiss here at the Pastimes Comics and Games Planetary Qualifier over in Chicago, and we are now awaiting the final matches to finish, and for us to get those pairings for the top cut. And do you know if they're doing a top 8 or top 16 cut for this event?
Should be top 8.
All right.
All right. We'll be back when that happens.
Yep, and we may be joined by an additional special guest at that time. We will keep you posted. Thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you soon.
We've got a couple potential special guests lined up. All right.
Nice.
don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, held tight up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So give me all the scars, I'm a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me and the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Your lies, I'll do what I want.
Chat, Loopy won. He's 6-1. He's likely to be in Top Cut. Congratulations, Loopy. And we'll be back in about 30 minutes for Top Cut.
enchanted with you. Remembering the holiday party we had with the crew. Romeo was roaming the garden. Saturday was spent in a parking lot.
I hope they play Good Luck, Babe. This is a Star Wars Unlimited Planetary Qualifier.
It's fine, it's cool. You can say that you have nothing, but I know the truth. And guess I'm the fool with your cards all on the table, showing all the proof. I don't wanna pass again, but you don't wanna end the phase. You only wanna be the one that goes first next round. You can play 100 cards in stores and take initiative, try to stop the feeling. You can't play it like you did before. Play in your deck list something more appealing. Good luck, Maze. Well, good luck, Maze. You take initiative just to stop the feeling. Good luck, Maze. Well, good luck, Maze. You take initiative just to stop the feeling.
All right, that is all I have right now.